Greetings, my friends. Welcome, everybody. Happy Monday. And welcome to the beginning of a brand new project. Dust hasn't even really settled on Games Bond. In fact, I didn't even get around to making the spreadsheet publishing stuff done. I just immediately passed out after the end of the stream yesterday, more or less. Yesterday? Saturday? See, I can't even remember. It was on Saturday, and I still, yesterday was a complete haze, that's for sure. But we'll get to that. Don't worry about it. I will be publishing all the ranking details and everything for those who didn't tune into the stream on Saturday. But we are starting a new thing, even though it's not anything close to Games Bond in scope or depth or anything, but it's going to be fun. This is something I have been wanting to do for several years, and well, I've been wanting to do it for many years. I have been considering if and how to do it for several years, and as of September of 2024, I committed to doing it. Although, unsurprisingly, I think you can probably say, it evolved and grew and mutated a little bit after I actually committed to doing it. And what is it? What am I talking about? I'm talking about what you read down there. The in-depth Prince of Persia port exploration project, in which we are going to be looking at 24 individual versions of Prince of Persia. This will not be done in a single stream, as you can hopefully imagine. I don't know how long it will take. I have a rough kind of methodology for how I intend to go about this. And today, I suppose, will be, as much as anything, a test run of sorts to see how things go, and we can maybe extrapolate from there what to expect in terms of time commitment and anything else. But let's not get too ahead of ourselves. Hello and welcome, everyone. What's up, Crushing Ceiling, Chibi UFO, Netscape Navigator, Reg, who else is here? Space Hoppercopter, Killick, Modbound Dragon, Zetsubera, Space Hoppercopter with the deeply upsetting emote, but that's okay. C7, Opponent, Lurkers in chat, everyone else, welcome, welcome. Yeah, I am wearing a hoodie. I don't usually wear hoodies because it's usually not that cold. In fact, usually pretty hot in my apartment, except for when it's not. And I'm already in this awkward, uncomfortable borderline of, do I want to wear this or not? But screw it, I can't be bothered worrying about that. We have bigger fish to fry. Do we know what the people of Iran think of Prince of Persia? I think that's a, dare I say, careless use of the word we. I don't know who's included in that. I don't know. I don't know what the people of chat think of Prince of Persia. I don't know what people of any particular cultural or geographical, demographic delineation think broadly. I know what I think so far, but I have a, would I say, a statistical insufficient base of data to have a fully formed opinion on the entirety of Prince of Persia. And when I say the entirety of Prince of Persia, I don't mean the entirety of what that brand or intellectual property or series of games or anything else entails, from the dawn of time until today. I am talking about specifically the 1989 computer game by Jordan Mechner and all of its subsequent derivative ports and versions, because that is the scope of this project. There have, of course, been plenty of other Prince of Persia games, official and otherwise, in the decades since. I have a great fondness for some of those. I have more bitter feelings towards some of them. And quite frankly, there's more than a handful that I have never actually played. And At one point in history, I definitely, I mean, I shouldn't even really use the past tense, but I have considered the idea of just playing every Prince of Persia game. I mean, that's something I would be interested in doing, no doubt. But given that the original game is specifically so interesting to me, this game is undoubtedly one of my favorite games of all time. In fact, if I were to, under the threat of gun violence or equivalent, forced to pick a single game that's my favorite game, I would struggle to come up with a better answer than Prince of Persia. I absolutely adore this game, and I find it... my love for this game has only increased with time. It has only increased with learning more about it, with increased exposure to it, and with the kind of maturation, dare I say, of my own tastes and sensibilities. It holds a very special place in my heart, for sure. And I think the more I learn about this game, the more I play it, the more I experience different versions or different aspects of it, and not least, the more I see an experience of the, you know, the vast oceans of things that came afterwards that, you know, took inspiration from this game. The more I've come to the realization that, like, very few games, including pretty much every sequel to Prince of Persia, struggle, if not flat out fails, to really embody and incorporate the elements that I think make this game so special. Some of them manage to live up to some of those things, but it is a very special game that I think even the kind of best or most well-regarded games in the vein of Prince of Persia, I want to say very loosely, to me, very rarely really are, on the whole, very similar game experiences. And for me, this game is like the perfect package. Like, as a kid, when I play these games, I thought Flashback was awesome. I thought Another World was awesome. I was appealed by the idea of Blackthorn, or whatever it's called, the Blizzard game. I couldn't really get into it, and that's kind of been true for any subsequent attempts I've made at getting into it. And I remember it so clearly that it was sort of, again, I probably shouldn't use the past tense because I don't think this is particularly changed, but back then, like, Another World and Prince of Persia were, like, so clearly thought of as essentially two games in the same genre. And Flashback, of course, had the Delphine software connection, so that was sort of thought of or viewed as a kind of, not necessarily sequel to Another World, but at least you know, a follow-up, a sort of the next game in that genre from Delphine or whatever. And obviously, it's not as if I can't understand why those connections are made. There are obvious similarities. There are obvious points of reference and inspiration in terms of, you know, narrative storytelling technique, as far as, like, controls and game mechanics, the use of rotoscoped animation and stuff like that. So I'm not an idiot. I'm not saying that those games have no similarities. But what I think is there's so much more to, I mean, frankly, all three of those games that make them vastly different types of experiences, that I think it's like really narrow-minded to think of the three of those as, like, the same genre. Or, I mean, I guess narrow-minded might be a a mean way of putting it. But I guess it's like using a common label to fit and encompass all three of those games. And, you know, sure, let's say 4 games and include Blackthorn in that as well. To a degree, like, yeah, I can see why you would have a, you know, in a kind of, if we think of it as like Steam store terms, yeah, there's one or a few tags that you could apply into all of those games, and you could see clearly how that one tag would apply to all of them. But it's not, like, for me, that it's a little bit of missing the forest for the trees. Like, yes, there is rotoscoped animation. Yes, there is ledge grabbing. Yes, there is story. But in terms of, like, for me, a game like Another World has, like, in some ways, about as much in common with Strider, the arcade game, as it does Prince of Persia. I feel like Another World, it's basically a stunt game. Like Strider Hiryu. That's the genre name that Capcom, you know, came up with, assigned. That's something they always did, right? They came up with survival horror. They came up with versus fighting game. They came up with, I don't know, courtroom battle for the Ace Attorney games. Zombie paradise action for Dead Rising, etc., etc. And the genre name they came up with for Strider Hiryu was stunt game. Really kind of hammering home the idea that it's just a crazy spectacle roller coaster game where you just go from set piece to set piece. And that doesn't describe Prince of Persia. It doesn't describe Flashback, but it 100% describes Another World, in my opinion. And structure and presentation is like such a big part of it. And it's interesting to me that, like, this idea of the quote-unquote cinematic platformer, which is a genre tag name, whatever, that I never quite liked. I mean, I think it sounds kind of goofy. I understand what people mean by it, but it basically, it's like the, you know, when people say that, they mean like it's a game that has Prince of Persia jumping instead of Mario jumping. But that's basically what it means. Like, it doesn't really have a stronger set of definitions than that, in my opinion. As evidenced by the fact that people use that to describe not just the games I mentioned, but a bunch of other games as well, that some of them are quite clearly attempting to kind of be a Prince of Persia clone. Some of them attempt to be Another World clone, or, you know, some kind of different thing altogether. But the reason I bring all this up is to say that I could very much enjoy some of those games under that umbrella, but I would not describe myself as a fan of cinematic platformers. I'm a fan of the original Prince of Persia specifically for the things that game specifically does. I like other games that do similar things, but I don't think of it as like I'm liking those games because they do, like, because of the things they have in common. Because I think what makes Prince of Persia so extremely special is a lot of things that go, like, that are not shared by a lot of these other games, including, most specifically, I guess, or most obviously, like the level design. The level design in Prince of Persia and how it applies its design rules and principles is just, like, utterly brilliant. I think the level design in that game is phenomenal, and certainly if we look at Another World and Flashback, not to say that those games have weak level design, but I think the specific things that I like about the level design in Prince of Persia are not really present in those games. I don't, like, I simultaneously love like very specific genre labels, while also really not giving a shit about you know, debates about what counts. Like, I'm not interested in the gatekeeping aspect. I'm not interested in, like, you know, trying to inform people about what does or doesn't count, you know, whether it's the 55 sub classifications of metal music or whatever, or if it's platformer games or fighting games or roguelikes, roguelites, rogue-esques, whatever the fuck. Like, I think that's such a... At the end of the day, it's always going to be arbitrary. So I think there's like a lot of different aspects to that whole discussion of like what purpose does it serve to apply these labels, and what... Like, obviously, in the case of the stuff that, the terms that Capcom came up with their games, and they're not the only companies to do it, of course, several Japanese publishers would, but I associate it most strongly with Capcom. It's a marketing thing, right? It's you come up with a marketing hook to, and in some cases, like survival horror, it very much caught on. It described something, it became shorthand that served a practical purpose, even though, like, survival horror is a vague and broad enough term that it could still be used to describe extremely different types of games. So, that doesn't necessarily make it a useless thing, but it depends on what about it, like, you're looking for it to actually describe. And I guess in my case, when it comes to, so-called cinematic platformers, I think it's... I kind of, like I said, if I hear that, I would go, okay, so it's got Prince of Persia jumping and not Mario jumping. But beyond that, like, I don't really know what to expect. So that aspect of like genre purism or kind of, taxonomy, nomenclature debates don't really interest me. But I do greatly appreciate the idea of like putting thought into what label you apply to your own game that you're making or publishing, and what sort of, like, it tickles me greatly to acknowledge and use these like specific made up genre labels, like, because it's fun. It's like a fun extension of the work to think of it as not just action or not just strategy or whatever sort of top level, is it a space game, is it a car game, or is it like adventure game, but like going more specific than that. Like, I enjoy that as a kind of creative exercise in a way, to think of how to how do you boil down the essence of a game in a sort of evocative label. But in terms of like discussions about like sort of applying it after the fact, I don't know. Some of it's fun, some of it I get really, really tired of. But I digress. The point being, yes, I like other games that you could say fit into the same genre, or even really other Prince of Persia games. I replayed The Sands of Time a couple of years ago, like 5 years ago, and was delighted to see that I liked it maybe even more than when it first came out. It's a great game. There are other Prince of Persia games that I enjoy, but there aren't any games that I've actually played, at least. Prince of Persia 3D, I could hypothetically see maybe, I don't know. I want to revisit that at some point. But taking Sands of Time as an example, I like that game, but I don't like it for, like, I like it for a completely unrelated, disconnected set of reasons than the reasons I like the original Prince of Persia. I don't like Sands of Time because I think it's an excellent adaptation or evolution or alternate take on the concepts of Prince of Persia. I just think it's a good 3D action adventure platformer, but it doesn't really have... It has very, very little of what I like about the original game, and what it does have is borderline... Like, the things that they share in terms of what I like about them both are borderline, like, superficial enough to barely matter at all. But the original game was hugely influential, it was very successful, and it was ported to a lot of different platforms. And the experience I've had playing those versions that I have played, and there's a lot of them that I haven't, is that they are completely all over the place in terms of quality. And it's going to be really interesting to see what we can identify as specific, departures or quirks or flaws or even innovations in the different ports and alternate versions of this game. And the fact that there's so many of them that I first of all, that I haven't played, but also in my initial research for setting this project up. Like, so when I first committed to this back in September, and every thought I'd had about this previously was that I didn't see much point in like playing every single version, because there's so many of them that are so similar that we're just going to repeat ourselves if we keep going through every version. But as I was looking slightly more deeply into it, it dawned on me that even some of these versions that at face value, like first glance, seem like they would be perfectly identical, there's like just enough tiny differences that I feel like, all right, they might not be different enough to really warrant looking at them both, but I'm just unsure enough that I would want to actually take a look at them both to make sure, or to clarify, or, you know, just to get that for a fact. And as far as quote-unquote redundant versions of the game, as I was putting together the list, as the closer I looked at it, the number of redundant versions just kept shrinking and shrinking and shrinking, to the point where I'm like, well, fuck it, I guess we might as well try to look at everything. So that's why we're here. And we're going to take a look at the game list, and I'll try again, like I said early on, go over a bit of methodology, if we can call it that, just to give an idea of what to expect. Let me catch up with chat. Graphic novels as a term instead of comic book. Yeah, I mean, that's the thing. Marketing terms can be useful, and marketing terms can, you know, just like a product name, you know, a trademark can be genericized because it's so helpful to actually describe something, which is, you know, not the marketing team's sort of in their interest, but that's just how sometimes how it works out. So, you know, I'm not against the use of genre labels, but I can have a a deep grievance against some of them for different reasons. I don't ever like to use the term Metroidvania, for example, because I think it's aesthetically extremely ugly. So I prefer to just call them Metroid-like games, or Metroid-type games, or even just Metroids. And, you know, people have very strong opinions about what counts and what doesn't, and I don't really give a shit. I understand if you want to put the Metroidvania tag on your Steam game for people to understand what it is and to, you know, to drive sales. You know, I'm not going to blame anyone for that, but it's not, you know, I don't care for it. But let's not get too much into what I don't like or don't care for, because we have plenty to cover in terms of what I do. As far as what we are going to be covering and where we're going to begin, we'll get to that in a moment. Some people may be unsure what to expect and which versions we will actually cover. And I'm fairly certain that some of you will... Well, let me put it this way. I don't think anyone in chat could, if challenged, list all 24 versions that we play. I mean, I don't think I could do it without looking it up. So there's going to be some stuff that people aren't aware of, I'm sure. There's going to be stuff that people might not realize are separate, different versions. And there's definitely going to be stuff that people might expect to see that it will not be included, just on account of how I've sort of classified things. But we shall get to that. GG's on Games Bond. Appreciate that. I feel a little strange about being done with it, but I'm very satisfied as well. And for those, again, keeping track, I will be updating the spreadsheet with all the final research, data, science, ranking, etc., etc. People used to call them ledge-grabbing platformers. Yeah, but see, then again, like, that's the thing, right? Like, sometimes some of these distinctions make sense in a certain context or a certain point in time. But it's less, you know, makes a lot less sense now. And I would say now, meaning the last, I don't know, 30 years. Because, like, is Uncharted 4 the same genre as Blackthorn? I don't think so. What's up, Base Hole? Mimic Box, greetings. Can list like 3. Yeah. I mean, that's the thing. I knew that there's a lot of versions, but it wasn't until I made the list that I realized just how many there are. And even then, there are more than 24. But there are, in my list that I put together, there was a list of 26, 2 of which I deemed irrelevant or redundant or outside the scope of what we're doing. But instead of talking about what we won't be doing, let's talk about what we will be doing. So let's hope I set up this correctly. Boom. This is a brand new scene on my stream layout that I put together very quickly. And I spent a little bit of time trying to come up with a good way of doing a good, effective way in terms of not spending 55 million hours doing a bunch of stream production on and off the air. And let's see if I did this correctly. It looks like that's properly set up. Yep. Here is the list of games. And as you might expect, we are going to be doing this in chronological order. So to whoever it was speculated that we might see the NES and Super Nintendo versions today, I can guarantee you that we will not. Because they are both in the back half of versions. I have, to the best of my ability, tried to organize these by release date. For a lot of them, we don't have exact dates, so we can only sort of guess. And in some cases, we can kind of go by which version was derived from another version, which is kind of the case for some of them. Yeah, so I have in my spreadsheet here on my end, which is mostly just for my own personal organization and notes, nothing that I will be sharing publicly, listed release dates and some like emulator notes and stuff like that, and also the developer for each of these versions as best as I'm able to figure that out. The game was originally created by Jordan Mechner, and as an aside, we're not going to go super deep on the lore of the creation of the game. Go follow Jordan Mechner on social media. He tweets about his journal and books and websites and whatever constantly. You can learn a lot. I have read his journals, by the way. I read the Prince of Persia development journal in like 2003 or something, when I think that when he first published them on like his blog or whatever. It's great stuff, but it's like pretty well trodden ground. I you know, I don't want to say that I'm not interested in it, but it's not really, it's outside the scope of what I want to do with this. Where is this background illustration from? This is the cover art to the Super Famicom version of Prince of Persia as illustrated by the god Katsuya Terada. Jordan Mechner created the game essentially single-handedly, just like he had with Karateka, and it was published through Broderbund. Technically, there may be some Broderbund credits involved in terms of production and whatnot, but Jordan Mechner designed the game, he programmed the game. His father, Francis, wrote the music, but aside from that, like, I think it's fair to credit Jordan Mechner as the developer. He programmed, to my understanding, the DOS port, but that was essentially the last version that he was directly involved in terms of the development. Broderbund had their own, I guess, internal development staff. They probably did some other kind of subcontracting for some of the other versions. So for a lot of these games, I have a company name. In some cases, I have the name of an individual person who was like contracted by, you know, in a lot of cases, there's multiple companies involved. There's multiple publishers. There's like, it's confusing and it's messy. Anyone who's tried to dealt with like game history stuff, especially with computer games, you'll know that it's not as clear cut as you might expect. But the DOS version was like the first port, and that subsequently became the foundation for the Amiga port, but not really many other ports. We'll see how far we get. I've prepared today to go as far as to the Amstrad CPC version. I doubt that we'll get that far or further than that today, but we'll see. But as far as the other computer versions, the Amstrad CPC and I believe Sam Coupe and Atari ST all have like unique graphics. Like they don't look like the DOS version. In my mind, I sort of expected the DOS version to be like, because I'd come across, I don't know that I really spend much time with it, but I'd come across the Amiga version, and knowing, like, seeing all these computers on a list, you know, on Moby Games or Game FAQs or whatever, it's easy to assume that most of the other versions are going to kind of look and behave the same. But that, again, as I said, once I did more research, that appeared to not really be the case. What's up, Macaw 45? Jordan Mechner is not, well, he grew up in America, but he lives in France now, and I believe his family came from France. I believe, again, you can read his graphic novel memoirs about this, but I believe his father left France for the United States during World War II, or something along those lines. So he does have a French connection, but he's not... I mean, maybe he's a French citizen at this point. I don't know. But Prince of Persia is not what you might consider a French game. Neither literally or geographically or culturally or, you know, whatever you want to, you know, put into the expression French game. I do not think it applies to Prince of Persia. The PC9801 version by Arsis Software is a very important and special version of the game, because that in turn became the basis and foundation for a lot of what would come after it. A lot of versions came out in 1990, but the game, if Mechner himself at least is to be believed, did not really take off and become a big hit until a little later. It was ported to everything else kind of at the behest of Broderbund, because the Apple II was like a completely dead platform for games in 1989. So it makes sense that it wasn't like, oh, it was such a huge hit that they put it on everything. It was more like, well, if we're going to make our money back on this, like if this is going to go anywhere, we need to put it on more platforms. And Broderbund had, to my knowledge, some amount of presence on the Japanese PC market. At the very least, there was stuff that was sort of licensed different ways. So I believe, because like River Hill Soft were involved in some versions. There's a lot of versions that have like credits to Arsis for the graphics, but I guess they like reprogrammed everything, so it's not. It gets confusing, and I'm trying not to go too mega in depth about every single detail here. But the other Japanese computer versions, the Sharp X68000 version and the FM Towns versions, on the surface, again, like they seem to be very much based on the FM Towns version. The Super Famicom port was also developed by Arsis, so that one has like a more direct connection, but it's a totally different game because they changed all of the level designs. But once we get to the Japanese versions, you'll see that a lot of them have... The PC98 version basically completely reinvented the kind of menus and like options and just sort of the structure of when you boot up the game and before you start playing. And that was retained by a lot of the other subsequent Japanese developed versions, including, for example, I want to say the PC Engine CD and the Mega CD versions. The Macintosh version has graphics that were kind of crudely traced over the PC98 graphics, but they're still completely different. And then we have a bunch of these like Western developed console ports that came later, like the NES version, the Master System and Mega Drive version, which all, by the way, are completely different from one another. And like most of them, from my limited experience, completely fucked up, but in their own completely different ways. VVV, welcome. Well, you might learn a thing or two. That would be my hope, at least. If you're looking at the latter kind of third, you might be a little confused by the dates and the platforms. The 1996 ZX Spectrum version is technically not the first unofficial Prince of Persia game. There was a game that I had intended to maybe include here, which is a game called 4D Prince of Persia. 4D Prince of Persia, I had sort of cataloged in my brain as like a fan game or as a kind of unofficial port. I couldn't remember exactly what it was, but as I looked into it, it is essentially a fan-made hack released for DOS. Like, it's a hack of the DOS version released in 1994, which I am super interested in playing because it apparently has a bunch of unique levels. Like, it's a kind of a hacked fan-made level pack, which is mega interesting to me, but it, for all intents and purposes, falls outside the scope of this project, because we're looking at versions of the original game. But that was sort of an early, like, fan creation of sorts. But the 1996 Spectrum release was the first, I guess, fan-made port to be released. I'm not sure. I would imagine, I don't remember the timeline of this, but I would imagine that this was significantly before Mechner eventually found and released the source code for the Apple II version, which he eventually did. But I want to say that that happened in, like, the 2000s, maybe even later than that. So I think the Spectrum version is more of a recreation, which, you know, frankly, that's how a lot of the official ports happened for computers back in the day. You know, all these British teenagers sleeping under their desks being commissioned to make a port of a Japanese arcade game for the Spectrum or the, you know, BBC Micro or whatever. They, you know, they'd look at footage, or if they were lucky, had access to an arcade cabinet and have to just try to figure shit out and reverse engineer. I imagine that that's kind of how the Spectrum version was made. I mean, honestly, I think that's how a lot of the official ports were made for Prince of Persia. Judging from the fact that many of them are completely fucked in terms of the mechanics, it's impossible for me to believe that they are actually using any of the original code. So I would imagine that the Spectrum version is quite possibly made with a significant a bigger amount of love and care than most of the official console versions. The 1999 Game Boy Color version, however, is an official release. In 2007, there was multiple games, I guess we should say, released under the title Prince of Persia Classic. And we're going to be playing the Java J2ME version, released for phones, as well as the Xbox Live Arcade version. There was a iPhone version, and I believe, probably, I assume, an Android version. But that's what the Xbox Live Arcade version was based on. The Java version is like a 2D, like it's a different game. But the iOS or like smartphone version of Pop Classic, if it is in fact playable, I have deemed it redundant because it is, for all intents and purposes, the same as the Xbox Live Arcade version. I can't imagine that it would have anything different about it, really, that would make it interesting to look at. Hypothetically, maybe, but I'm okay with skipping it, especially because I'm not sure if I even could play it. And more recently, and this I assume would have been after the source code was made available, there have been fan-made ports for the Commodore 64 and, indeed, the BBC Micro. And to my understanding, the Atari 8-bit computer version is itself a port of the BBC Micro port. A lot of this technical stuff goes over my head, so I don't know the specifics, but people love this game. I'm not alone. And as such, people have made their own versions. You know, they made it their mission to make this game available on their sort of homebrew platform of choice. To be perfectly honest, given the prolific development scene for the Mega Drive, I would love to see someone tackle a proper good Mega Drive version. The Mega Drive version that exists, even then, there are basically two separate Mega Drive versions because the PAL and North American releases are quite different. They have a few very substantial differences, at least. That game's fucked, unfortunately. It's gorgeous. It's easily my favorite. Well, I shouldn't say easily, because the PC98 version is pretty slick looking as well. But it very well might be my favorite visually. I think what they did, the graphics for the Mega Drive version they're gorgeous. Certainly, if you look at the console version, it is by far the prettiest looking one. But it has a lot of problems with the core mechanics and controls, and it's messed up. People have attempted to unfuck it a little bit through ROM hacks and stuff, which, you know, it's commendable, but it's not, you know, you can only polish a turd so much. But it would be cool to see someone make a proper good port, because it's certainly not as if the Mega Drive couldn't do it. The Mega CD version, in fact, is really quite good. It's not the prettiest, but it plays well. So it'd be really cool to see what someone could do, especially considering how much sort of extra crazy stuff you could do if you wanted to, in terms of like extra levels and incorporating some of the cool stuff that was added both in the original Mega Drive release, but also in, you know, some of the Japanese PC versions, etc., etc. But anyway, I'm veering way far off into like fan art or fan fiction territory. But anyway, the thought honestly just occurred to me, like, man, that'd be cool if someone did that. So, we're going to be starting with the Apple II version, which is, of course, the original. I've never played it, outside of 2 minutes here and there, just in terms of emulator testing and everything. So that'll be interesting. And that's going to be sort of the baseline, of course. And the way we're going to do this is basically, I will do one run of the game for every version. This could mean that we finish the game. It could mean that we time over and, you know, we get to level 4 and that's as far as we get in the you know, the allotted time afforded to us by Jafar. And time's up and then we lose, and then that's it. The Super Famicom version has many, many differences. For all intents and purposes, the Super Famicom Prince of Persia is a sequel. It is not the same game. It is, dare I say it, I mean, setting aside the monumental levels of fuckedness in some of these ports, like the Master System version, and obviously the entire new sort of graphics and controls of the Xbox Live Arcade version, the Super Famicom one is easily the one that's like a different game. Every single level is different. The game is much longer. It has, I think, 20 levels instead of 12. But among those 20, not a single one is taken directly from the original. Every single level, even the ones that are the most similar, have stuff changed and added to them. And because of that, they also gave the game a 2-hour time limit instead of 1. But I believe, based on the most recent time I actually dipped into that version, that the game does not end when time is up, which I believe is the case in most versions. You can actually get to the end of the game no matter how long you take, but once you get to the end, you get like a bad ending. And maybe other versions of the game do that. So I don't know, we'll see. But the important distinction I want to make here is that we are not committing to completing every version of the game. We're not looking to do a challenge of completing every version of Prince of Persia. What we're doing here is we're looking at what all these versions are like, and it's a convenient bit of happenstance that this game has a built-in hard time limit of 1 hour, because it gives us a nice, you know, sort of common you know, scope to look at each version. Now, the versions that actually play well, we're most likely going to finish, and we're most likely going to finish with some time to spare. And if we actually do play the game from beginning to end and we complete it, then, you know, then that's good. Then that's done. We'll move on. There's no need really to stick around longer than necessary. What if the Sam Coupe version has a unique final boss? Maybe we'll come back to it in such cases. The thing is, for this particular kind of endeavor, I am prioritizing the ability to get through it over being absolutely thorough down to the last detail. And I say that because I know that there are versions that are so infuriatingly fucked that trying to play them from beginning to end, especially using, like, you know, trying to do it properly with no passwords or saving or whatever, will be so aggravating that, like, I'm just not gonna want to do it. I don't want to make exceptions for those games. I want to have a standard that I can apply unilaterally to all of them. That, you know, like I said, having the hour means, yeah, I can bang my head against the wall in the Master System version for an hour, but I don't want to do that for 12 hours or 35 hours trying to complete it. And any version that, like, may have interesting things, I suppose we'll get to that conundrum when we get there. I don't really want to look too deeply into any one of these versions before I play them. But, you know, taking the Sam Coupe version as example, maybe we get there, maybe the controls are all messed up, maybe we can't finish the game. Maybe at that point, before moving on, we look up a long play video on YouTube or something to see if there's something worth looking into. Some of the console versions will have passwords that we could potentially use to get to later levels or something like that. I guess to an extent we'll play it by ear, but I want to make it clear up front that my goal is not to finish every version. My goal is to, I mean, it'd be nice. I'm not gonna not try to finish any of them, but I'm not going to, not move on until I finish a certain game. In fact, this screen that you're looking at right now will be updated as we go to document two things. One is whether or not we manage to complete the game in a single run. Two is a brand new system of review. We will evaluate each version of the game, and I won't tell you more about that now, but as we finish any one version of this game, we'll do a little evaluation and put to the record a little note that will go on this screen that will summarize how I feel about this version. What is up, Bardic Broadcasts? True gaming detected. We'll see some true gaming soon enough, I hope. This is a good game. This is Prince of Persia. It's a certified good game. Some of these versions, I know for a fact, do not live up to that certification. We cannot say that this is a good port for every single one of these. But hopefully, at least most of them, half, some. Hopefully we'll get to experience some things we haven't seen before and haven't played before and go, man, that was pretty sick. At the very least, I would imagine that the last handful of versions that we're going to be playing are all going to be pretty sick. I've played the Xbox Live Arcade version somewhat extensively, and I know how I feel about that one. I don't love it, but it's serviceable. But I imagine that the fan-made computer, like 8-bit versions, are all going to be pretty good, because I think they're all based on the original source code, so they should, like, play properly. So we should not at least end on a, like, terrible note. That's my prediction, but I suppose we'll just have to see how things go. Atari ST version will come out on top. Well, I'll say this. I guess it bears mentioning. I will not be ranking these. And I feel confident and comfortable saying that because I know for a fact that I mean, it's very simple. The Super Famicom version is brilliant, but it's a different game. Like, I can't rank it. Like, we can't... I don't feel like it makes sense, at least, to try to rank them. Like I said, we're going to be reviewing them. We're going to give, like, an evaluation. It won't be a numbered score, but there will be, like, you know, a review of sorts. And I think there's going to be a lot well, let's not say a lot. There's going to be a handful of versions that are like all good. But I can't say that Super Famicom is like better than the DOS version. I don't think. I mean, I think the Super Famicom version is like, that's Prince of Persia for super players. When you finished any of the faithful ports, like the DOS version or the Mega CD version, and you're like, man, that was sick, that was fun, then I think the Super Famicom version is like a perfect next step to go to, because it's much more difficult and it's longer and it's like, but it's not, if you've only played the Super Nintendo version of Prince of Persia, I don't think you've played Prince of Persia. You've played the Japanese, like, officially sanctioned fan sequel, basically, right? So that's why, to me, it doesn't make sense to like rank and compare that directly. But I hope the Atari ST version is sick, and I think it's actually, in a way, I don't want to say that the Atari ST version specifically like inspired this project, but it was definitely a standout in like coming across footage of fucking Paul Cuisset playing the ST version of Prince of Persia in some documentary thing, just seeing a bit of footage on a CRT monitor over his shoulder, going, what the fuck version of the game is that? You see Amiga, Atari ST, DOS, whatever, in a list of computers that a game has been ported to. If you have any familiarity with the Amiga, and to an extent the ST, I think it's a logical conclusion to just assume that the Atari ST will just be a kind of shittier version of the Amiga port. But when I saw the graphics being... I didn't know that it was the ST version, I just saw some version that had graphics that I didn't recognize. I was so baffled. But then, of course, it makes sense that the ST would be more... that would be perhaps the go-to version in France, or the CPC. The Amiga version would be less popular there. That makes sense. And I was like, oh wow, that's actually a different version that looks so different. That was fascinating. And I think from the like 3 screenshots I've seen, I think it looks pretty good. So I'm excited to get to it. But I don't expect that we'll get that far today. The other final caveat, as far as like the time limit and playing a single run of the game, is that a lot of these versions will have a significant amount of slowdown. And I would have to assume that the timer does not, take that into account. Oh, well, depending on how you look at it. The clock will be slowing down just as much as the gameplay. So, like, the Apple II version kind of runs at full speed if there's nothing on screen. But as soon as there's, like, a single enemy or a door or a trap or some torches, like, it's going to run slower. So, doing, like, a 40-minute run on the Apple II version, I would suspect probably takes, like, an hour. Also, not really taking into account load times and stuff, which I haven't, a lot of these computer systems aren't things I play regularly. So I've basically done the bare minimum work to get some kind of emulation solution up and running. And I haven't necessarily like tried to optimize them to reduce load times or to make it as pleasant or playable as possible. In some cases, maybe that's sort of how things are by default in whatever solution I'm using. In some cases, I might have been able to go out of my way to avoid those things, because I kind of would want to have the load times for it to be, more sort of authentic. But I can't really say that, this is authentically representative of each version. So, disclaimer that I am going to be emulating almost all of these, and especially with computer stuff, it's hard to say how authentically represented the gameplay experience will be. But I also take some amount of comfort in that for a lot of computers, the experience even back then on real hardware would have been somewhat variable. So I think it's a bit of a moving target, and it doesn't bother me too greatly that it might not be ideal or perfect, or I don't know, whatever. At the end of the day, I think none of those details will have too much of an impact on whether it was an enjoyable experience or not. Or for that matter, like how we end up assessing each of these ports. So with that out of the way, I think we should see if we can get the Apple II version of Prince of Persia up and running. Let's see here. Let's hide that. Let's do this. It's going to be a bunch of like weird capture setup stuff to get everything correct. I think. Let's try. Nope. Okay, bear with me. Right, so for that one we want this crop, and then I run it in full screen. 3. For some of these games, you know, the versions that ended up being available to me are things like this with some amount of cracking or training or what have you. That's not something I tend to feel too bad about when doing these kinds of things, because quite frankly, that is historically authentic. I never played the Apple II version, but if I did, it might very well have something like this on it. A prince in every port, indeed. It says there requires 2 drives, so we got disk 3 in drive 2. Eventually, we might have to swap some disks, and hopefully I can figure out how that works, or maybe the run will end there. I don't know. I will say that this version is certainly one that I will want to see from beginning to end, so hopefully we won't have too many real problems with that. Also, do let me know if audio levels seem messed up or need adjusting. Tier 8-bit graphics. It does look pretty awesome, doesn't it? In the Sultan's absence, the Grand Vizier Jafar rules with the iron fist of tyranny. Only one obstacle remains between Jafar and the throne: the Sultan's beautiful young daughter. I mean, it's a pretty substantial advancement from Karateka, which is already a game with like pretty incredible presentation. Man, this game's sick. Marry Jafar or die within the hour. All the princess's hopes now rest on the brave youth she loves. Little does she know that he's already a prisoner in Jafar's dungeons. Yeah, the presentation is just like, it's so riveting. Like, I'm already like super hyped for this shit. I have to assume, I guess there might be more credits elsewhere. Like this stuff, I wonder... Feels like this would be a kind of thing that Mechner did not do himself. I mean, obviously he didn't paint the box. This is so cool too, by the way. This is not part of the game. This level does not exist. I mean, the data exists, the demo is being recorded on it, but this is not a sequence that exists in the game itself. Which is so cool. Like, it's such an awesome thing. Like, it's this sort of little digest version of the game, giving you an idea of what to expect without giving away any of the level design or puzzles or anything. It's cool too, like, obviously the graphic capabilities of the Apple II is, you know, that it's pretty limited. And although the DOS version is a great port, and it's not an ugly looking game by any stretch, there's something about the graphics in this version that I think are more like, it's just a bit more abstract. The clarity of the DOS version, in a way, I think works against the design of it. Like, things like, you know, the fact that the main character, who, by the way, is not officially called the prince, or, you know, he isn't a prince. Officially, he's, the character is named the Kid. In the DOS version, he basically has like a dusty blonde hair, right? So, you know, sort of the skin tones and ethnicity, and, you know, the colors of clothing and decoration and architecture, you know, these like flat black backdrops and stuff. I think you sort of accept and understand that the colors that we see on screen here, it's like ambiguous, right? It's not clear, and of course it doesn't really matter, but the pillars in that room, like, they're not, I at least don't interpret them as necessarily being white with a bunch of yellow dots on them. But in the DOS version, because it has like the VGA color scheme or whatever, they had to make certain decisions about the visuals. Like, you don't get that plausible deniability, or whatever you want to call it, of the ambiguity of the colors. I think they did about as well as they could have without like redesigning and redrawing everything, which of course other versions ended up doing. But here, for example, you know, his hair's white, and you could interpret that as him being blonde. I don't know that I strictly interpret it one way or the other. I think it, like, there's something about the ambiguity of it where, as a player, you don't have to make that decision. It can kind of be what it is, and it's sort of abstract. Of course, in the PC98 version, they gave him a turban. Maybe he's wearing a turban in this version as well. Like, the graphics don't really make it clear. And I think there is, again, I love the DOS version. It's phenomenal. I wouldn't recommend anyone against playing that version. It's easily the version that the most people would consider the definitive version. But I think there's something about the graphics in that version that I don't like as much. It's not that this version specifically is my favorite by any stretch, but I think it has like the weakness, you could call it, I guess, of the simplicity. You know, it doesn't add anything really over the graphics in this. It, you know, it smoothed things out in a kind of very, very literal interpretation of what's on screen here without really adding too much to it. There's some cool things, like the later DOS versions, the later revisions had like the different color palettes for the different dungeon levels and stuff, and that's great. That's additive. I don't mind that. But compared to like the PC98 version or the Mega Drive version or the Mega CD version, or even though I don't like it, the Xbox Live Arcade version, like, they all kind of added their own visual interpretation where they redesigned the characters and the tile sets and stuff. And the DOS version certainly doesn't really live up to what you could do with the kind of the jump from Apple II visuals to VGA graphics. But anyway, let's play. So let's see if I remember how the controls are set up here. So I'm playing with on the keyboard with an emulated joystick, which is fine. For me, I'm more used to playing Prince of Persia like on keyboard anyway. I don't know what the Apple II keyboard was like. Certainly for like the Spectrum and some versions, some like iffy rubber membrane keyboard. Like, yeah, you probably would want to play it on a joystick. But Prince of Persia as a game generally, I don't think is... You're not having a lesser game experience for playing it on a keyboard versus on a joystick. But yeah, you can see, you know, there's pretty dramatic amounts of slowdown. But it's extremely satisfying, like, when it actually does run very smoothly. And of course, the controls are excellent. I have never had much experience with Karateka before playing the making of Karateka. I'd played the Famicom version. A friend of mine had a pirate cartridge for his NES. Can I? Yeah, okay, I can use the diagonal key. That's good. A friend of mine had a pirate cartridge that had a bunch of games on it, including Karateka. And the two of us really liked the game. Like, conceptually, it's a cool game. But I've come to understand that the original Apple II version of Karateka was great, and most of the ports are kind of shit. Are these sound effects emulated accurately? You'd have to ask someone who had literally any experience with Apple II, which is not me. But I would imagine so. At least, you know, reasonably. Okay, let's see if sword fighting works. Up to parry? Yes, okay. Yeah, the early guards are not particularly aggressive. Trying to hear him. Do I need to crank up game audio? Yeah, like Apple II didn't, you know, didn't really do sound. I mean, it could do sound, but like a lot of the 8-bit systems that weren't the Commodore 64, you know, it did one channel of audio, and it was like, you know, you generate frequencies. That's about it. Or a frequency, singular, perhaps. So you can make it beep, you could make it maybe buzz, you could make it click, and, you know, if you're insane, like Tim Fallen, you could make some of those systems do, you know, way more than you would think possible. I'm trying to remember the controls. But I imagine that the audio in this is probably about as good as you would be likely to expect. Let's see how much of this game I actually remember. It's been a while since I played it. We can heal there, but I believe we can get a health extension here soon anyway. Here. Probably should have grabbed that health, but fuck it. I mean, if I take a few deaths over the course of this run, we can afford that anyway. But so I played the making of Karateka a while back. I do want to play that more. And it's like kind of incredible. It's so easy. Like, I've played so many computer games that just have clunky, janky, weird controls. Like an action game from the early to mid 80s made by like some teenage kid. Like, you just don't expect it to you just don't expect it to actually control well, you know. What? Okay, I'm trying to remember if Right, I misremembered. Oh, fuck it. Unless... No, I think it's like the next screen, or is it the next level? I always get confused. Let's see if we can do this. Again, we're not losing crazy amounts of time, so... But I was super duper impressed when when playing Karateka, just how like super well thought out the controls were, and how like what efforts had been made to make the controls responsive. And of course, this game is much the same. Because of the like the input buffer, which, you know, is certainly partially what makes this game, quote unquote, you know, feel like it maybe controls a bit weirdly. Oh my god, okay. I pressed up left to make a jump. I shouldn't have done that. But I'm not sure if I messed it up by tapping instead of holding, or... I was kind of like glancing over chat, so I'm not fully sure what happened. It could also be a little bit of sort of refinement, how certain things work that just weren't in this version. So we lost a bit of time there, but that's okay. But yeah, so like, if you go into this game expecting it to control like Super Mario Bros., you're gonna be confused and frustrated, sure. But in terms of actually playing this game by its rules and making use of the like affordances of this like quite generous input buffer, like essentially the one single rule to really keep in mind is that you should never really be tapping. The only time really, if you're holding the action button and just tap forward to take a step, yeah, that's fine. But anytime you want to attack or defend or jump, not here, right? I always get confused. Just hold the button until the action comes out. If you tap, like, especially with running jumps, the way the game works, at least in good versions, is that the levels are, of course, built on a grid, and you can only jump on, like, the edge of a tile, but you can end up standing kind of anywhere on a tile. So the game, like, in order to make sure that you can actually make, like, that you can clear the jump that you're trying to make, the game keeps you running until you hit the edge of a tile. So what can happen if you tap instead of holding is that, like, the jump doesn't come out because you tapped the jump direction and let go during a window in which there was no, like, valid jumping position. It depends a bit on, like, not every version works exactly the same in this regard, but big pot equals health extension. It's interesting in this version that you get, like, stuck in place during the jingles. Not always the case. But if you hold the jump until the jump comes out, you don't have to sneak through spikes like that, by the way. But because of the, like, very variable timing and speed of this version, It's a bit scary to try to... Oh! I try to crouch to not get hit by that. But you can't... Yeah, that's interesting. See, my crouch bumps me into the wall. I'm pretty sure that was changed in the DOS version because I don't recognize that behavior. That was the door opening. The exit door. Which doesn't necessarily... Well, I don't know. The jingle seemed unfamiliar. There's a dude on the right that you have to fight if you take that path. Yeah, it makes sense that the sound and gameplay would, like, get in the way of each other. Turn disc over. Okay, let's see if I can figure this out. Okay. I guess it just worked. I tried to... I went out of full screen, but that counted as an enter input. Am I starting... I'm in the demo level now. I don't think that's supposed to happen. Yeah, I died by trying to go to the right. Okay, can I... Is there another key for full screen? There are 2 discs. We might have to replay the first level. If we take a bit of extra time in this version, that's totally fine by me. In fact, if we don't get further than this version tonight, that's fine by me. So if I try to input disc 2... It worked! We're on level 3. I should hydrate, thank you. I wonder if... Because the game... lose the sweater. This release is 3 disk image files. And as it said in the Cracktro, like, I'm putting disk 3 in the second disk slot. But I wonder if there's, like, if most of the game is on the second disc or second side because of the intro graphics and everything being on disc 1. I guess that would make sense. But what was I going to say? Something. I forget. Anyway, I'm not sure if I even really finished what I was going to say about the controls and everything, but if you hold inputs, you're mostly good. And that's something that some of the other versions kind of mess up. A lot of things they mess up. So this is an interesting part, by the way. I'm supposed to go right here. In fact, I need to go right. That might have looked like a blind jump, but it is in fact not. Because... Here's just try this here. If you go to the bottom right, you can see all these platforms. The sort of pillars that suspend them. Yep, I was a bit too slow. So that's another health extension up there. But I'm gonna skip this one. I usually do. Because it's quite difficult to get. And it's a little bit of a time waster to keep trying to get it over and over. It's not extremely far out of the way, but the trap makes it quite difficult. You can time it such that you can just run through. What I tried and failed to do right there. But going back is a little trickier. Okay, bit lucky there. It's extremely satisfying. So, like in shittier versions of the game, that's awkward and difficult to do. Later versions of this game puts a checkpoint right there. I don't think that checkpoint is in this version, but Hopefully we won't have to find out. Again, the timing to go through traps gets way trickier when the game does not run at a constant speed. There's the exit opening up. Now we just gotta... No jingle. Alright. Just gotta fight our bony friend on the next screen. But I imagine my existence at inconsistent speed? Not really. I prefer not to. Whoa, okay. I wonder if something messed up when I didn't switch discs when I was supposed to. I don't know if this is some kind of text prompt. I guess so. Well, adventures in emulating Apple II, I guess. Let's see here. Look like a sanity effect. I just wanted to double check here that I didn't have some other version of this. See, this is the downside of trying to do this live, of trying to explore this live, you know? I didn't know... does this turn it off or reset, or what does this do? Reboot. Okay, sure. Let me just take a quick look. Oh, interesting. There's like some kind of debug. I know that this looks all messed up on your end. That's because I have it in a window right now, and I've set it up so when I go full screen, it captures correctly. The problem I have here is that I press Alt-Enter to full screen, which I need to do to find the button to swap discs. And that made me go in and out of full screen, but also advance to the weird demo level, which may or may not have broken something. Let me just see. I'm looking in through the help file for the emulator. Let me just see if... Okay. F6. See, there's some disk options here. Bear with me for a moment. I was gonna say you can enjoy the intro. I guess you can't really do that either, but... are there any spreadsheets involved in this exploration? No, I have a personal spreadsheet, but that's more of my notes. We'll be coming back to the game list in between games. There might be a spreadsheet publicly available at some point, but it's not something I've prepared. Again, I've tried to optimize this for smoothness of operation over thoroughness. At least I have a hotkey for this. Well, we'll see if that helps us. Actually, let me double check. F3. Yeah, okay, so I can do this. I don't actually even need to go out of full screen. Okay. No, I didn't. No offense taken. I just think it's not an unreasonable expectation, given my history with spreadsheets. So I want to be clear on what the status is and to an extent why. Yeah, I really like the original cover art. I'm actually not a fan at all, really, of the what's his name? Hawk Yo. His box. I mean, the box is cool. But I think the art's a bit shit. We'll see that other version at some other point, because that was that was the box they used for like the 1992 or whatever re-release, which is when the game like actually became a hit and sold really well. And sure, that like irregular box shape definitely would have made it stand out a bit more on the shelf. But it has like this painting of the prince jumping on like just cut out on this abstract background, which I don't know, it's really weird. And then the Prince of Persia 2 box is like kind of the same thing but uglier. It's kind of weird. I didn't like prepare necessarily materials for going over this in depth, but there's some versions that have like, I think like the NES and Game Boy covers have this like weird adaptation of the original box, which has like the same idea, same rough composition, but it's like totally repainted. It's like the weird British computer Double Dragon 2. It's like the same, someone just repainted the cover much shitter. It's a bit like that. It's not the same gap in like artistic quality as in Double Dragon 2, but it's a similar kind of situation. And there's quite a few other versions that have their own original art. But for as good as the game is, the quality of the artwork on the box is quite inconsistent. I'll be honest, by the way, I did not really take into account the possibility that we would abort any version of this game. If the game crashes again when we get to the skeleton, then I don't really know what to do, to be perfectly honest. I could look up, like... I know the DOS version has cheats. You can enable cheats that let you skip levels. I don't know if there's something like that in this version. This was some sort of cracked release, right? So does that crack have... Is there a trainer that I didn't read about or that wasn't advertised that has cheats for skipping levels? Is there a non-cracked... I jump up here every time thinking that I'm supposed to go up in the ceiling, and it's not this screen. Can we get a different dump of the game that doesn't crash? Like, you would think that Prince of Persia on the Apple II is a game you can find on the internet. I think if I had to guess, this dump probably came from My Abandonware. And that's not really like the most thorough catalog of dumps and releases, so there could be a version on Internet Archive, or maybe some more complete Apple II repository. That's the thing, like, my unfamiliarity with Apple II is such that I wouldn't necessarily know where to look anyway. But we're making good progress here. So we at least should be getting to the end of level 2 here, and hopefully operate the disk swapping maneuver without I mean, the thing is, I don't see why entering that fake level would in itself have contributed to making the game crash when the skeleton wakes up. But I mean, who the heck knows? Those are two weird things that happened, and I would like to avoid both. So at least avoiding one of them seems like it would be a good first step. It's a little fancy. Well, getting a little too fancy, apparently. I feel like I should have been able to grab that ledge, but that's okay. Stuff like that is also something that isn't necessarily super consistent between all these versions. And again, it kind of comes down to the ability to end up being not quite on the grid or like in these imperfect positions. For all I know, I never played this version before, so there's a lot of things that I sort of take for granted that could very well have been refinements to the, you know, the code and the mechanics of movement that were actually made for the DOS version. I mean, I've come across details that are not identical. For example, the fact that if you try to crouch near a wall, it makes you bump into the wall, which cancels out the crouch animation. I honestly couldn't tell you exactly how it works in other versions. I don't really remember, but I know that it doesn't work like this based on the fact that when this happened, it made me go, oh, like, if I press down, that happens. And again, I'm not sure how it might work in other versions, but from how unfamiliar that interaction felt, I'm confident that it doesn't happen like that in other versions. Or, you know, maybe it's something that was actually made different. Like, maybe it actually works exactly like this in the DOS version, but that's not the version I'm the most used to playing. I've played, like, the Mega CD and PC Engine and other versions more, the Super Nintendo one for that matter. And it's like, maybe they are different. Hard to say. But that's also why it's going to be interesting to play all these different versions essentially back to back. And because I managed to fall down here, I'm like super scared that I might do that again. But I think what might have happened that first time where I fell down, I tapped, so I'm playing on the numpad, but the numpad is not representing keys on an Apple II keyboard. My Windows PC numpad is emulating a joystick. And a joystick would not have diagonal inputs, right? It would be a four-way, I mean, an 8-way joystick would have 4 directions, and it produces diagonals by hitting 2 adjacent cardinal directions simultaneously. So if I tap 7 on my numpad for like, well, maybe not 1 frame, but like, if I tap it quickly, given the frame rate and speed that the game runs at and how the emulation works, it's certainly not inconceivable. Let's be extra careful here. That it results in, like, you know, holding diagonal for 1 frame. That's right. I try to crouch to avoid getting hit. I did the exact same mistake as last time. Like, tapping 7 results in something that ends up being the equivalent of letting go of up after 1 frame and then holding right, so I ran off the platform. Okay, so this should be the disk swap. Let's wait for the prompt. And I'm assuming that the disk image that's called disk 2 is the other side of the disk. Okay, I swapped. Let's press the button. Level 3, okay. If the skeleton crashes the game, quite frankly, I'm probably overdue for a break. How long have I been streaming? Well, not quite 2 hours. Maybe I will explore alternate... Oh yeah, I should probably do the thing I gotta do first. Or if anyone in chat can have on hand resources for where I could find another disk image, that would be welcome. Again, this wasn't a disk image that I picked with any particular care. It's just kind of what ended up being available to me. Okay, good. Thought I mistimed that, but we got there. How many discs does this need? So I believe, to my knowledge, that this game shipped on one 2-sided 5 1/4 inch floppy. The version I have is 3 .dsk files. And the Cracktro intro thing says put disk 3 in disk slot 2. Like, I don't know. I've never used an Apple II. I don't know if it's common nomenclature to call sides A and B of the same disk 1 and 2. I don't know if this dump or this, you know, release was on 3 physical discs. Like, I have no idea. Hey! The game didn't explode. That's promising. The thing is, like, because I didn't swap the disc correctly, my suspicion is that it might have, like, loaded some weird junk data where it shouldn't. And, you know, however that may or may not have worked out. Could be a complete coincidence, but the skeleton didn't explode. Well, in any non... Oh, this is so fucking satisfied. The way the kid, like, puts away the sword preemptively because you know the skeleton's gonna collapse. So fucking good. This is so awkward, like... the tile alignment for the stair animation is a bit funny. Yeah, as far as the timing of the disc swap, I speculated that it might be because the opening has a bunch of graphics and music, so maybe that's why so much of it is on the second half of the disc. But I don't know. Maybe it'll swap back. Ooh, I always get a little... The level layout here is a bit funky because there's a bunch of stuff you can kind of end up not... You can sort of skip some stuff and you're kind of better off doing it. And there's some needless guards you can end up fighting. Yeah, the little cinematic interstitials are excellent for sure. Trying to land on like a single tile bit like that is always scary. So I'm trying to remember, can I go here now? Yes, so I think I want to do this and then drop down here. Get on the right side of a guard. I could be misremembering this. Yeah, because I need to go through this. Yeah, okay. I took the correct route. And so I skipped a guard. In some versions, you would have been able to grab that ledge in that like single tile drop. It's definitely a bit weird. Supremely satisfying. Like, yep, we're done here. No need to drag this out. So here, if I go left, there's another guard. And if I fight the guard and advance one screen to the left again, I literally arrive at this first screen of this level. So it's basically like a little trap. The fact that I draw the sword there indicates that there's no loose tiles in between us. This guy's like different colors. He's got blue skin. Oh, wow, okay. Rallying here already. Got alternate color palette guards. So we're about to get to a one of the more iconic moments of the game. So that healing potion I just skipped doesn't really matter because we're not going to be fighting anymore in this level. Technically, you could really fuck up somehow and fall down and take 1 pip of damage, but essentially we are past the taking damage part of this stage. It's nerve-wracking. I wouldn't find that nerve-wracking in most other versions, but here it is. Ooh. Behold. What's this? Mirror. So sick. So you always drop down to 1 health when you jump through the mirror. But there's no need to heal because the exit's right here. And you always start new level with full health. Level 5. So whatever's over there to the left is like irrelevant. Might be the exit and we might like fight a dude. But I mean, we're gonna fight him eventually anyway. But there's no real benefit or point to try to do it early. See. Okay, timer. So if you're unfamiliar, as you can probably tell, when fighting, you can block and you can attack. I think we have to fight a dude up here. But you can also... I'm getting this mixed up with the next level. Oh yeah, you don't even have to go in there at all, because if you try to go to get that potion, the shadow... You know, fuck it, I'll just show you. In fact, I would want to see what it looks like in this version. So sick, and he's just gone now. And out of habit, I usually jump over to the other side, and then I realize, wait, I don't actually have to do that. Oh. I didn't really want to take another sneak step there, because I figured I could potentially fall off the edge there. So you press up to parry, and the button to attack, and if you press up, you can hold the button to go into an immediate attack. But you can also do the opposite. And the guards have the same ability. So you can kind of go... You can loop seamlessly and endlessly between attacking and parrying. So I think there might be... No, I think this is just a red herring. I don't think there's anything there. But if you do an attack, so like if you preemptively parry, it's usually a good idea to just throw out the attack immediately afterwards. But I noticed that I threw out an attack and held up to parry afterwards, and it worked, but my timing, they still got an attack in because I was like a little unclear on what happened. I think we're good for now, the opponent. I literally don't know what that means, what you just said. Which doesn't mean I don't appreciate it. It doesn't mean that it wouldn't be helpful. But hopefully we're good and we won't have to worry about it. And the controls are really responsive, because even with the slowdown, like as soon as I see him attack, I can press or hold up on reaction, and the parry... Like, the game does not drop inputs during the slowdown. Like, the controls feel very reliable. They don't necessarily feel... Like, you would be forgiven for not thinking that they feel responsive, because they don't necessarily... Like, a reaction doesn't necessarily come out instantly, especially if you tap instead of hold. But I'm not dropping any inputs. Right, so we need to press this button to open the door. There's the exit. There we go, making pretty smooth progress. Level 6 coming up? Hey, is that the... Yeah, I think this is the boss fight. Should be a short level, if I'm not mistaken. Cutscene. Yeah, so I can climb up to the right and look at nothing. Or, I mean, I guess there's like a death pit over there. I always forget this screen. There's like a little bit of a trap here, because if you do a running jump here, you will land on the spikes. We gotta make the right jump over the pit. Oh, I wasn't sure. I was so excited to see if this version had the fat guard sprite. This guy is generally a bit more skilled and aggressive. So if you counter hit dudes, if you hit them during their attack startup, yeah, see, you'll always hit them. Like they can't cancel out of their startup frames with a parry. That shit is so fucking sick. I love the rallying so much. It feels so good to execute. Ironically enough, like the variable frame rate is almost to this version's advantage. Because it makes it feel a little bit unpredictable. Little doorways. Oh, damn, I almost fucked that up. Cutscene. So I think we should be able to literally just drop down and we'll clear the level. But let's do this properly. In the Mega Drive version, you can actually get through there. I was about to say, you have to hold the button here, but I wonder if holding the button there fucked something up. So what happens at the start of level 7 is that you fall into the pit, and you have to hold the action button to grab the ledge, and if you don't, you just fall down and die. Which I should have actually shown anyway. Yeah, it could be evil vizier magic. Bring up the debugger whatever thing here. Which doesn't help me, but... yeah. We'll see if we can get a different version running. Like I said, it's a good time for me to take a break anyway. I don't know if there's any copy protection or something else that would make that version you mentioned, the opponent, give us trouble. Thank you for providing the link. I'll take a look there. And let me just take a super quick look at the documentation. I don't know if... Yeah, okay. It does list WAS as an acceptable file type for disks at least. So yeah, we'll try to grab this and see if we have any more luck with that version. Like I said, I'll take a break, but let's actually do this. And I'll see you guys in a couple of minutes with more Prince of Persia. Be right back. All right. Let's see if we can get everything sorted. Okay, let me just exit the emulator and we'll bring it back up. Let's check that disk. Give me a moment here. 5 to swap, yeah. So we now have new disk image, side A and side B. I guess we'll put them in each drive as far as the emulator is concerned, and we should be able to swap them. Although, yeah, let's try that. There we go. Well, gone right into it. I suppose we've seen this a few times now, and we don't expect it to be any different in this dump, so let's try to make up for lost time here. Like, when the game runs at its maximum speed, it feels super good and smooth, but it's also kind of like, it's almost scary. It feels like it's not quite the, like, I don't know if that's just based on how the DOS version runs, but when it's at full speed, it feels like it's running too fast. And I'm not sure if it's because it is actually faster than other versions I'm used to, or if it's simply because you get so like calibrated, you know, and used to the all the slowdown, that it literally just feels foreign for it to be that fast. But like I said, it is interesting how the variable speed kind of makes the combat. It doesn't, well, I mean, I guess it depends on the screen, but you know, if there's other stuff on screen or not, but it's not really it's not necessarily the case that the game like rapidly shifts in speed up and down during combat. I guess it's more that it's just like it's hard to feel confident about timings. But I suppose it's also possible that it is literally, I mean, I guess I don't know for a fact one way or the other. I suppose it's entirely possible that the literal different frames of animation for the player and the enemy in the midst of combat, like, do in and of themselves make the game go up and down in game speed. No matter. Whoa. Okay, not quite what I meant to do. There we go. Level 1 completed. We're certainly not speed running or anything, but of course the game encourages. Let's actually skip this true. Speed up a little bit. Obviously the game encourages going quickly. 1 hour is plenty of time to complete every level, but there's an obvious incentive to not, you know, dilly-dally. But the thing is, it's not so much that like you're pressured to go fast at a certain point. it's more that, like, as you get more confident in your abilities and your knowledge of the levels, you just kind of start going fast as a natural consequence of that. And you start going faster because it doesn't feel like it's not even a calculated risk so much as it's just like, well, I know where I need to go, I know what I need to do, I know how to do it, so let me just do that in an effective way. And I think that's one of the things that makes this game so extremely satisfying to play again and again. Because getting good at the game makes the game feel better and makes the game more fun. And I think that's part of the brilliance that I think isn't really demonstrated by other games that kind of were inspired by Prince of Persia. Certainly if you look at, you know, Another World or Flashback as, you know, kind of the prime examples, I guess. I mean, any game can be, like, you know, satisfying to play and replay, and you get good at it and it goes faster, and, you know, that's of course not unique to this game. But what I think is unique is how the mechanics and structures and rules of the game specifically nurture that kind of development within the player. You can be obsessed with any game to the point of wanting to play it and replay it, and I think it's a pretty natural, like, pretty quickly, if there's a game you really like and you enjoy playing it over and over, I think you will pretty quickly reach the point where you're gonna want to challenge yourself to do it quickly. Like, speedrunning is such a obvious evolution kind of anyone enjoying a game. Like, anyone, I mean, as a lot of people did, like, anyone could come up with the idea of speedrunning. All it takes is, like, enjoying a game. But Prince of Persia doesn't require any kind of extra steps or extra sort of thinking in terms of, well, I've kind of exhausted, or, you know, I've mastered and completed this game. Now let me try to play it again, and now let me see if I can go a little faster. Prince of Persia's structure encourages that kind of exploration and sort of dedication to mastery as part of its... Yeah, let's try to swap this. Nice, okay, that worked. The journey of completing the game, like, that sort of, hey, let me try to get better at this, hey, let me try to go faster, hey, let me see if I can do this, like, that feeling is instilled before you complete the game. The journey of mastering and completing the game is the same as the, like, obsessive, like, hey, let me see if I can master this. And that idea is not in any sense at odds with what playing the game is like. And it's not some, like, extra thing added on top that only weirdos and sickos would think of or enjoy. And I think that's really clever. Like, I think this game does not get enough credit, frankly, for the innovation and the kind of how much it adds to the game. The timer, but not just the timer, like, the level design and the timer and the general kind of risk reward. I recently wrote for my blog, which I update about once every 2 years, a kind of review of sorts of Dead Rising Deluxe Remaster. and how I don't really like a lot of the changes they made in that version. Because there's a lot of... Okay, let's see if the skeleton explodes. Okay, we're good, I guess. Dead Rising is another one of my favorite games of all time, and I don't think it's coincidental that managing time as a resource is an extremely central component in both games. Anyway, the reason I bring up that blog post and the relevance it has in this conversation is that Dead Rising is a game that frustrated and confused a lot of people when it first came out, because it has a structure that's a little bit esoteric, and part of that is frustrating to a lot of players when they're not kind of on board with what the game's asking of them. Specifically, like, if you've never played Dead Rising, that's not really important, but in simple terms, like, it's a much longer game than this, obviously, but you have to... Let's see if I remember the routing again here. I did it by feel last time, so hopefully that'll work out again. You're quite vulnerable, you have limited resources, and you have a lot of decisions about where to go and what to do and in what order. And okay, I forgot. Hopefully that didn't screw anything up. And in that game, like, what it often comes down to is, like, do I waste time making a detour to a save room to be a little safer, to risk losing less progress, or do I, risk losing progress to save more time? And that's like such a super interesting decision-making dilemma that game is, like, centered around. What's up, Cody? And I drew parallels in that same article to Resident Evil, and I think the original Resident Evil, and especially the remake, is another one of my favorite games, because I think the resource management, like, the combination of resource management and action is just, like, extremely compelling to me. And all three games, Resident Evil, Dead Rising, and Prince of Persia, all do that. In fact, not only do they do that, they're centered around it in my opinion, very interesting ways. And they all have in common that, like, every system and mechanic and like the entire structure of the game is built around like making that component, making that part of the game, like, so important. And so it's like it permeates everything that happens in the game, basically. And Prince of Persia has incredible level design, but the level design is in itself made better by the stakes introduced by the timer system. The global timer to beat the game introduces this element of risk and reward to not necessarily the decision making similar to Dead Rising, although that happens too. You know, I decided to not go for the health extension at the beginning of level 3 because if I fuck it up, which I'm likely to do, it will cost me time. So, I mean, that is more or less one-to-one with... well, I guess it isn't one-to-one because the reason why... whatever. It's equivalent. It's the same idea. A big difference, I would say, is that in Prince of Persia, like, you do one full run and then you abandon it or you finish it. Dead Rising, of course, operates on a bit of a different time scale because it's a longer game. All right, level 4 completed. You can, of course, in that game, you play it and you game over, and then you start over from the beginning. That is a very much a thing in Dead Rising. But again, you have the whole meta progression, your character levels up. Like, yeah, there's a bunch of stuff that's very different. But in this game, the journey of mastering this game, like, yeah, this game is an hour long at max, but it will take you more than 1 hour to finish the game. The journey of completing Prince of Persia is the journey towards mastering the controls, mastering the levels, mastering the confidence to execute a plan and strategy such that you have the ability. Like, the journey of completing this game is the journey of developing the ability to finish it in an hour, which, you know, is essentially learning how to speedrun, right? In a way. Obviously, actual speedruns of this game have their own set of tricks and tech. Yeah, I'm not sure how much of that contain is present in this version. I don't know if it's all here. Again, like, I have no familiarity with Apple II in general or this game, but I know that that's how it works in the DOS version. The DOS version has saving and loading, but you have to get to level 3 before you're allowed to save. So even in that early of a form, again, may or may not be present in this version, I'm not positive. The game allows for, like, quote-unquote save scumming. But I think the game is so perfectly scoped that practicing and learning to beat the game, like, without the use of saves or passwords, is actually extremely fun. The DOS version did not have saving and loading in 1.0. That's interesting. Yeah, so this emulator has a variety of different graphics settings to simulate different types of monitors and display setups. I'm using the composite monitor display, which seemed like a reasonable, like, default. There's definitely some amount of, like, composite blending that is very much intended. Like, the graphics don't look right without it. As far as I can judge, anyway. But yeah, this is the original version that we're playing. The Apple II game created by Jordan Mechner. Right, that's what happened. Like, if you attack and then immediately parry, you can end up sort of committing to a whiffed parry that they sort of can't punish then. That's right, that's how that worked out. Alright, gotta hit the switch. Okay, I think we're... Yeah, this was level 5, so we're back to the boss level with the Fat Guard. I could go on forever about this, but to try to put some kind of little neat bow on the whole timer mechanic, resource management idea and why it's so brilliant. Like, the level design, I don't think this game is that difficult. This game has a reputation for being very difficult and for being very punishing. I think this game is exceptionally fair. It's exceptionally generous and, like... I guess fair really is the word for it, because the game doesn't really have any gotcha moments. It doesn't have any blind jumps. It has technically one blind jump, but even in that situation, the most obvious reasonable thing that you would try to do to actually clear that jump is the exact thing you have to do. And even if you don't do the correct thing, the next likeliest thing to do will show you what you needed to do to actually, like, you have to jump, you have to do a running jump off the edge of a screen, and if you don't do the running jump, you land on spikes and die. Kind of tense. I got the counter hit. Fuck! I wasn't... I got an input that I wasn't expecting. Alright, fair enough. He got me. It's not difficult if a 9-year-old can learn how to beat it. Yeah, exactly. Like, it's difficult. Like, you can die quickly, yes. It's definitely difficult to clear the game blind on your first attempt, yes. But I think any real, like... Without hopefully sounding like too much of a dick, I think any, like, standard by which you would arrive at the conclusion that the game is difficult, I think you're kind of not approaching the game on its terms. Or, like, doing what the game expects of you. And yes, it can be a little foreign, whether you, like, are not used to playing games that are old, or playing games that have a failure state, or if the idea of starting something over from the beginning is, like, feels weird. But again, it's not a long game. Like, one run of completing this game or failing to complete it is like, I don't know, it's like the equivalent of one Dota 2 match or whatever, right? So, like... Okay, let's let go of all the controls here. Interesting that the door, yeah, the door starts opening. I will say, actually, I guess the other thing is... understanding that you have to hold inputs. You will struggle with the controls if you don't do that. And that's fair. I don't know if I've never read a manual for this game. I've learned this game entirely through trial and error and just playing it. And I'm not a mega pro gamer. I always kind of have the feeling that if I can learn to beat a game, I guess I don't want to say anyone can, but the type of people who post about video games on forums or in Twitch chat or whatever, like, it's not my exceptional gamer skill that has allowed me to learn this game. It's loving the game and just playing it. Snow Nosferatu, yeah. So, like, I wouldn't categorize this game as a difficult game at all. I think it can seem difficult before you, like, have a sense of what you're kind of getting yourself into, I guess. It can seem intimidating. Sure. But again, like, learn how the combat works, learn how jumping works. Like, if you, and I mean, some versions are a bit messed up so that they don't have the reliable controls, in which case, yeah, if you're only used to the Mega Drive version, yeah, you would be absolutely correct to say that the game's pretty bullshit and it's, like, the difficulty level is fucked up. Because in that version, it is. But as designed, as conceived, as originally created, that's not true. So the fact that, like, a lot of the traps, fights, and other, like, situations that you find yourself in, see if I remember how to do this. I think I can do a running jump over the switch. Yeah. By design, like, sort of as things work, you build up the ability. Just barely positioned wrong. Probably better to just do a running jump over. Oh, I almost forgot. You naturally Like I think just, you know, everything just ties together so beautifully. Like the fact that you have the little sneaky step to walk slowly and carefully and position yourself more precisely, and the fact that it's safe but slow. I couldn't really see him attacking from behind there. But very, very few situations or traps actually require you to go slow like that. Like here, I've not used it to step through a single one of the jaw traps in this game today. Because I'm used to just, like, to me, they're predictable enough that running through them is faster, and it's not really... That was poorly timed, but I got through it. Like, it's not actually more dangerous. It can feel a little more dangerous. It can certainly look more dangerous, I'm sure. Counter hit me there. But the habit and feel for how you get through that more effectively is something you build with experience. So there's this natural push and pull of, like, learning to do things more quickly, which will afford you more time. I mean, first of all, just learning the layouts and the solutions to the levels. You know, finishing a level in 3 minutes when you know how to do it is, yeah, one thing. But when you don't know the level layouts, I mean, you can easily be stuck in one level for 40 minutes. But what you're doing in that time isn't just getting to the exit, it's learning what it takes to get to the exit. It feels so good. Yeah, that's how you do that. Yeah, you can't do a running jump there because you would end up on these other spikes. Here, I want to say we do this. And here, we got to do a running jump. Because at the bottom there is a switch that will close that door. So that, as you saw, I obviously did a blind jump to get down here. But that's to find this. And there's actually a trap. Yeah, you have to take the top path. There's no... I can't get to the exit through here. The exit is to my left. I'll show you. But there's... You will actually be... You drop down here. You hit the switch on the bottom left there to open this gate to reach the exit switch. But if you continue to explore through here, there's no way to open that gate again. So you get stuck here, and you go, oh, fuck. Oh, hang on. There's a health extension here. Sick. So that's how the game lets you know that there's a health extension here. But then you come here, and you go, what the fuck do I do here? And you go, fuck it. Let's just do this, I guess. And you go, oh, shit. I'm back here. Technically speaking, you can get it that way, yes. But this is like how the game teaches you that there is a secret there. You don't have to, like, you're not expected really to make that jump, the quote-unquote blind jump, without having seen that there is something behind it. Okay. In some versions of the game, that guard will not follow you down there, and you will basically soft lock. So I'm glad to see that this version is good. Hitting enemies up against walls can be pretty satisfying. I'm trying to attack. There we go. And the more I play this game, the more I kind of realized about the level design that so much of it is very clever and deliberate and sort of Not nearly as much of a dick to the player as you might expect. I'm dead. No. Couldn't remember. It's always scary to run full speed through a screen transition when you're not sure what's going to be on the other side. So here, because I don't have the faith to run through both of those, I had to step through, and it actually felt a bit scary. I need to jump over that switch in the center. There's a mystery potion. It's got blue sparkles or fizz or whatever. Oh, cool. Changed palettes. And now, you can fall safely down here. So this will open there and will let me find the health extension if I didn't already know about it. But yeah, there's so much like sort of figuring stuff out and exploring it and learning it, and then the ultimate test is sort of applying all that knowledge in a single run from the beginning to the end. Oh, little mouse. And that's such an exciting, interesting, cool challenge. It's so, like, I'm so impressed that Mechner just, like, had that idea to do it that way, because it's so unconventional. Like, this game has infinite lives, but a limited timer. And that feels like such an astonishingly modern idea for how to structure an action game. Like, 1989, I mean, the idea of lives in an action game wasn't new, but the idea of continues, like in arcade games, were like, not new, but hadn't been around for that many years. So, like, bucking sort of conventions and trends for how to structure a game. Like, it's so easy to imagine a version of this game that's like, oh, you have 5 lives. And it would be such a less interesting game. This is maybe my favorite level. It's such a cool level, but it's also maybe the most difficult one. It's a very long level. Technically, at least in some versions, it has a checkpoint. But the checkpoint is like after 90% of the difficult stuff. Greetings, chosen last. Welcome, welcome. Again, here, when the traps are spaced like this, you can't do a running jump past them, because you'll jump over the first one and land on the second. I don't have the layout here memorized. I always stop at the these screens. And funnily enough, there is a I think it's level 10 or 11. I always get the two of them mixed up. Where there's a screen where if you stop like that at the beginning of the screen, you will die because there's like a loose tile right there, which is like kind of funny. That's like a little bit of a trolly thing, but you can avoid it. Like if you step onto the screen carefully, you won't get killed by that trap. Like, there are traps and gotcha moments, sort of, in this game. I mean, there's traps, obviously. But generally, they can always be avoided if you are observant and if you are careful. There's a lot of stuff. Like, I think the level design in this game is super impressive, specifically because it is so restrained. Levels are short, and a lot of ideas kind of show up once and never again. Like, I'm so impressed as I kind of learned this game more. I guess this is the guy. Yeah, you want to sneak past here so that he doesn't turn around. That's this guy, right? Like, levels could have been larger, there could have been more of them, they could have been more annoying. Like, the game's just supremely well paced, such that, like, once you learn the game, it's, like, super fun to just go through again. And it doesn't feel repetitive. Like, despite having... Should maybe have snuck there. Like visually, the levels aren't unique, but they're distinct, not just in the layouts, but like the stuff you have to do in them. Like levels become very memorable. Because I think I just run here and I don't stop. That's like the secretly actually not difficult, even though it looks super scary part. And then you stop. Forget, is there a thing up here? Of course not. Is it a little scary? I'm at 1 health. Okay. The timing is very variable here. Fuck! I pressed up, but I mistimed it. So I believe... I think probably this version doesn't have checkpoints anyway, but in versions that have a checkpoint on this level, like, we didn't make it to the checkpoint. The checkpoint is, like, right after that, and then, like, there's 2 screens before the level's done. It's kind of weird. But honestly, I think, like, in level 3, where there's a checkpoint, like, if I play a version that has the checkpoint and I end up, like, triggering it by dying to the skeleton or whatever, I'm always confused and surprised. Like, oh yeah, there's a checkpoint here. It feels strange because it doesn't feel like it's really necessary. What's up, Smuggy Bear? I think Prince of Persia is one of the greatest games of all time, and it's my favorite game, probably, if I had to pick a single game. Come on. And the Mega CD version is good. We're gonna go over and assess every version of this game as we play them, of course. We're not going to rank them because a lot of them are just uniquely interesting. And actually, I think that's one of the cool things too, that in my mind, there is no one definitive version of Prince of Persia. Even among all the good versions, there's like interesting things about each of them. Even some of the bad versions have interesting things about them. But you can certainly, in a simple sense, categorize them in, like, is this a version of the game that's worth playing? Is this a quote-unquote good version, or is it a not good version? And in that binary scale, the Mega CD version is... I mean, the Mega CD version is good, period. I don't need to qualify it. But if you're concerned with playing the best version or the whatever, definitive, iconic, absolute, correct version or whatever, the Mega CD version is perfectly fine. Like, ultimately, in my mind, what it comes down to is, like, are the controls reliable? Does it feel right? Are the, like, do the mechanics function properly? And every version in which that is true, like, it's a good version, basically. And every version where that is not true, it's generally not a good version. What about the Jake Gyllenhaal version? There's no Jake Gyllenhaal version of the original Prince of Persia. There's a film starring Jake Gyllenhaal that's mostly based on Sands of Time, which is a pretty fun movie. It's okay. It's a bit flawed, but it's decent. There's a game that was released, not based on the film, but sort of to coincide with it, called The Forgotten Sands, in which Jake Gyllenhaal does not appear, but the visual design of the main character is kind of based on his costume from the film. I've not played that game, but I do own it, and I've been interested in playing it for a number of years. So at some point I'll play that. But for the purposes of this project, we're simply and only interested in all the various releases of the original 1989 game. Okay. And in fact, The Forgotten Sands is like the last main release of a Prince of Persia game before The Lost Crown in 2024, which was an awesome game that I definitely recommend, but doesn't have anything in common with this game, really. It being good has nothing to do with it being similar to this game, because it isn't. Here, I don't think I need to keep running, so that's right. I forgot about that. I think it's probably safe to do a running jump here, but yeah. But yeah, 2008 was the one where you can't die with the girl and the Nathan Drake, whatever. I almost said Nathan Fillion. What's his name? Nolan North Prince. Oh my god! How did that happen? Okay, that's interesting. I figured I don't need to sneak step here. I'll just run to the left, and it somehow extended my hurt box backwards. And I got hit by the trap. Okay, that's interesting. I don't feel like that would have happened in versions of the game I'm more familiar with, but the more you know. So yeah, as you can tell, like, this is a pretty long level, and it's got, like, tricky stuff all, you know, all the way towards the end. We were about, like, 2 screens away from finishing the level. But we have 30 minutes left, and we have definitely completed more than half the game, so should be fine. Yeah, health is a factor in this level. But as much as I memorize the levels, I'm always like, I see a screen and I have a gut feeling of what's coming next. But I still have to, like, generally stop at the beginning of each screen. Be like, wait, hang on, what's on this screen? All right. You can see there, the guards, they hear your footsteps. So they turn around to face the sound of your footsteps if they're on the same screen but a different level. I mean, elevation. Kind of cool that they have these, like, again, I wouldn't interpret it as them being, like, elves or demons or anything. Of course, we got Dark Lord Jafar in the Japanese versions, where he literally has blue skin and pointy ears. But the fact that they're using the same, you know, colors, but just, alright, blue pants, orange skin. Orange skin, blue pants. Because that's the color variation we get. I like that. Again, there's something neat about the kind of borderline abstract nature of the graphics in this version. It gives more room for you to kind of fill in the blanks. And the same is, like, somewhat true of the Japanese PC version. Because it also has this extremely limited color palette. I mean, it's different, of course, but it's like 16 colors, but high resolution and all this dithering and everything. But it's an awesome looking version. I actually don't think the Super Nintendo version is, like, super great looking. I mean, it's good looking, it's fine. But the individual sort of tile sets and some of the animation, like the main character isn't the best looking. There's no problems with it. It's not an ugly game by any stretch. But it's of course kind of based on the PC98 version. But you couldn't translate the graphics one-to-one, of course, with the different screen resolutions and colors and everything. So the door is kind of whatever for now, because we got to fight this guy first anyway. The trap is there. Like, this screen is kind of designed such that you can't really... So, like, if this guy dies on this switch and it's depressed currently, I think that actually means that we... Like, that's actually good, because that means I can't hit it. But it won't prevent the door from opening, which is the important thing. I think I can just run over here. Yeah. Stepping on it does not activate the switch if it's already being held down. Technically, I guess you can, like, jump through it. But yeah, this is the most awkward part of the level for sure. Because they're right by this, like, screen transition too. Right. I don't want to start running close to one of those traps now. So now this is closed. What do we do? We hydrate and ponder. Hey! What's up, buddy? This level is so awesome, but it's terrifying. And we can still die. Let's be extremely careful here. Not the time to get fancy. Oh, nice. All right, we're past the worst of it. There's definitely a few... Well, the next level's a bit tricky. That's the next one is the one with the upside down potions. I always kind of forget about this level. I want to say that there's a health extension in this one. But you can kind of go in a little bit of a wild goose chase to find it. And this is, I feel, a level that I don't know super well. So I jumped over the... There's a switch right by the door to close it. Kind of on, like, in what we just saw. This is one of the more, I guess, like, trolley levels. The trick to... So, you see the door on the top left? We need to go through that door later. But here's where you open it. So right above me is a loose tile that we need to drop on this switch so that that door stays open. Because we're going to explore the whole level and come back there. And if you go there and that door's closed, like, you can't open the exit. So you're like, huh. But again, the game tells you there's a switch there. It'll open that door. All you need to know is come back to that screen and recognize and realize that, wait, hang on. The switch to open this door is down there. And you can then use a little creative thinking to probably realize that, well, there's a tile on the other side that looks as though it's, you know, it could drop down there. And if it could, it would press the switch. And indeed, that is how you solve it. Is this how the game looked originally? Yes, this is the original 1989 Apple II version that we're playing. Whether it looked exactly like this would, to some degree, perhaps be dependent on your monitor and cable. This emulator is approximating what it would look like on a monitor with a composite connection. But essentially, yes. So this is the screen I got confused about in an earlier level. But we have to go up here because we got to press the switch that's on the top right. And the lower path won't do. Let me just double check. Now that I open up this gap. Okay, I'll have time to react. Right, so this is a little tricky because there's also, you can see the switch there right by the door. And that's another thing that's good to know. It's more obvious in the DOS version because the tiles are a bit cleaner looking. But some switches are obviously sticking out from the floor. And some switches are quote-unquote hidden. They're not invisible. You can tell that it's a switch because they look different. Hidden switches look different from normal floor tiles, but they're less obvious. And a good, like, kind, generous, fair rule of thumb that the game provides, it doesn't tell you, you have to kind of intuit or learn this, but a hidden switch will always close a door. Like, hidden switches are never good. Technically, there might be a reason why you want to close the door, but there are non-hidden switches that close doors too, I think. Maybe. I'm actually not even sure. But you can tell sort of if it's a hidden switch. If you see a hidden switch, you don't need to like step on it to see if maybe it'll open something, because it won't.
Look, you!
Thank you for the follow. All right, so here it's a little bit of a half tricky jump potentially. Jump over there. Luckily, your jump, even though you're jumping, you actually have like a lower hitbox, so you can jump through closing gates. So we have to go down here to drop that to open that gate. But if you're just exploring, you're likely to not really remember the layout and know that these screens connect. You might just, all right, let me go up first. If it's a, you come here from the right, do I go up? Do I go down? Let's go up first. You will likely to explore the level without realizing that you needed to press that switch. But again, it's not a trick. It's not trolling you. It's giving you all the information. You just have to be observant and receptive. I think it's so cool. And it's like the literal opposite of Prince of Persia 2. Prince of Persia 2 has so many gotcha moments and tricks and like subverting your expectations in the most annoying ways. Prince of Persia 2, in my opinion, has a lot of issues with its level design and combat that make it a less good game than this. But specifically, the sort of design ethos behind the levels is, to me, a tangible reason that this is better. I think we go up. I was expecting loose floor tiles that would slow the game down, but that didn't happen. Fuck, I mistimed it. You need to hit that switch on the top left there too. Don't need this, but I guess we have time. Hopefully, I was gonna say, hopefully I don't like stumble into the spikes there. I'm pretty sure the hourglass in the cutscenes is just looks the way it does. Yo, grab this. Right, so that is an upside down potion. We do not want to grab that. There is a second upside down potion. Oh, fuck. I'm pretty sure, okay. I'm pretty sure this... So small bottles with orange fizz is health. Small bottles with blue fizz is poison. You take damage. This looks like a health extension. A big pot with orange. I think the gravity potion was a big pot with blue. But I can recognize from the layout of this screen, like this is a screen in which it can flip upside down. I am almost positive. But okay, so you could argue that this is a bit trolly, it's a bit tricky. I need to think for a second. I'm going to go down to the screen below and observe. Because the thing is, these aren't both screen flipping potions. And I guess what I could do is I could drink this. And if this doesn't give me health, then I guess the one on the right should. But it's a big blue potion. That shouldn't give me health. Let me drop down to the screen below. Again, there is... Oh, that's interesting. Okay, I guess that's the other screen flipping... I was going to say that because there is a second screen flipping potion, and the thing that I expected to be below here, I think I got confused with something else. Okay, good. I over thought it. Have I played the modern Prince of Persia games like Sands of Time? Sands of Time, the game that's 22 years old. The game that is older now than this game was when it came out. Yeah, I like the PS2 trilogy. I've replayed Sands of Time about 5 years ago and was delighted that I liked it maybe even better than when it first came out. It's really good. The remake is supposed to probably finally come out very, very soon after a lot of delays. But I don't like it because it has anything to do with this game. I like it kind of on its own merits. I thought Lost Crown was excellent as well, and again for unrelated reasons. But I haven't played all of them. I played the 2008 game and I got like soft locked because a checkpoint didn't work or a door wouldn't open or something. I think I have played one of the GBA or DS ones at some point on emulator, but I don't really remember anything about it. But, I mean, yeah, I'd want to play every Prince of Persia game for sure. Including, like, the PSP Tactics game or whatever it is. But the one I'm, like... I guess the two I'm the most excited to play are Prince of Persia 3D, because I think it's the only one that's, like, maybe actually has some appeal similar to this. And Forgotten Sands. Mostly because I liked most of the other 3D ones. Again, they're very different. I don't like them for being like this, because they aren't like this. Like, hot take, I think the parkour stuff is fine, it's neat, but to me it's like so not the identity of the climbing and navigation of Prince of Persia to me. I mean, it is what the Prince of Persia series became and what it's been ever since then, but if I were to imagine my own like ideal like new Prince of Persia game, it would be, you know, I would look to this game and I would not have super silky smooth flippy parkour. This is the screen I was talking about, by the way. There's loose tiles here. Because I find the like the daring leap of faith, like getting by the skin of your teeth, like the excitement of the like the perilous nature of climbing and falling and leaping in this game is like unmatched in any of the other games. Like the 3D Prince of Persia games just make you feel like this rubbery, flip-floppy. I didn't mean to take a step there. That's okay. I survived. It's, you know, that can be fun in its own right, but it's not Prince of Persia to me. Yeah, you're talking about the 2008 game.
Unspeakable horror awaits you.
Dino Please has just subscribed. Thank you very much. There's a little bit of a trick here that I like. This level is always the one I'm like the most confused by. I always forget. I think here you can like climb up, you can go up to the left, and it's a whole like big wild goose chase that leads nowhere. The weird, like the guard that was up there on the left, like serves no purpose. So there's 2 hidden tiles there. So you do that, and you get through. Lara Croft. Yeah, we talked about that a bit last time. As it comes up ever so often. Let me just do this real quick to check. Are those loose tiles above the spikes? They are not. I can go up here now. This might be nothing. Yeah. Or is... Okay. Because I think it's... Because this is... You know what? We don't have much time, actually. I think it's the next level where you can go up to the left in the beginning and find a health extension. But we really don't need more health to clear the game. Get some room here to actually see what's happening. But yeah, how like I like the idea of Tomb Raider. I like Lara Croft as a character, but there aren't that many games that necessarily realize that ideal to me in a satisfying way. Is it the opposite where... Yeah, okay, it's the literal opposite. I have to go... do that to avoid... I played myself. In a desperate effort to avoid the wild goose chase, I did in fact go on a wild goose chase. That's how it can go. It's been a while since I played this, dude. So here we just run. Oh yeah, and I think we can smash the guard. Or I wish I could, I guess. If I'd thought for a few moments, I would have realized that, yeah, of course we need to go because the exit's on the left. But again, I always get levels 10 and 12, or 10 and 11 rather, like confused. That is quite passive. Okay. Looking at the timer, I got a bit stressed out. I also want to do like a proper playthrough of Prince of Persia 2, but I know that it's like kind of a fucked up game. Alright, so we kind of do all this. Yeah, this... to get to the top level of this screen. I forgot we have to fight this guy. The exit's on the next screen to the left. And you can get to the bottom of it from the beginning. And I always get that part mixed up with the beginning of level 5. And there's a guard down there that we'll have to fight. But the switch to open the exit is on the top here. I have to be a little careful not to... Okay, trying to, like, mash in the corner, like, doesn't work. Very strange. I have 5 health, that should be enough, but we have to fight one more dude. And we might be in a half awkward spot. I think this is just a switch. Yeah. I'm looking forward to getting to the NES version, not because I expect it to be good. In fact, I very much expect it not to be good. But I haven't really played it. Okay, we're gonna take a couple of extra seconds. I guess this probably won't matter, because he'll turn around when we drop. Yeah, it won't matter. So you can, if you want to, go kill this guy at the beginning of the stage. To not have to deal with him now. But that's like time spent, which if you then go on to not finish the level because you died, that you would just have wasted the time fighting this guy. So I tend to not do that. Besides, you have to go out of your way to go reach him, because it's not on the way to anywhere. Oh, got him in the infinite. I wonder if ducking to avoid damage is intentional. To be honest, I don't know how else you could reliably do it. But I've never really worried about whether it's intentional or not. Time has been like pretty strict, frankly, we've died a couple of times, but not excessively. There's the health extension right there. So here we have to do a running jump. So if there's a pillar, like where I'm standing here, you can know that this ceiling tile is not loose. Everything else is. But it's safe. What the heck? There we go. So you have to start running on the, like, solid tile. Or, I mean, that's the only one you can climb to. So there, that's how you get that. But it's, yeah, that wasn't too much of a time waster. That's so sick. Like, it felt scary. I just held the button and I'm safe. Felt a little glitchy, but it's like, you know what? Of course he could stumble. What's up, MTI? Things are going okay. We're on the penultimate stage of the original Apple II version. We had some troubles with crashing cracked disk images. But got a working image now, and despite not the smoothest run, we're getting towards the end. We're a little bit pressed for time, frankly, but this level is not that long, and we should have... Again, I'm a little unsure how things work, but I think once we get... technically speaking, there's no level 13, but the Jafar battle is like kind of on a separate level, which maybe in some versions the timer like stops once you get close enough to the end. But we'll see how it behaves. I mean, we're not in the clear yet. Right, so there's tiles here. You can drop these tiles first, which I guess is how you're meant to do this. Those tiles will close the gate on the right, but now again, they're already being held down, so they won't do that now. There's like a gap here or something. No, that's right. You just gotta... You should not be careful. You just gotta go. Here's the blind jump on the right that I talked about before. The one required blind jump in the game. All right, loose tiles, so we gotta run over here, or we can start sword fighting. Oh. Controls are mostly very reliable, but A little scary. So your best guess, fuck it, let's do a running jump, right? Let's cover as much distance as we can to be as safe as possible. And yeah, you can avoid grabbing that top ledge to grab that bottom one, but even the clunky way I just did it, at least gets the job done. It's a clencher of a jump, for sure. But very satisfying when you get it, even again if it's... Like it feels scrappy to do it like I just did it, and that's like super satisfying in its own way. It's of course greatly satisfying if you can do it really clean. But getting in those situations where it feels like you're just barely surviving, and just through sheer grit, determination, and a little bit of luck, you survived. That feeling, it's like so cool, and one of those things that I feel like you don't really get in kind of any of the Prince of Persia sequels or clones, for lack of a better word. I'm always scared about there being some trick or pit or something. Like, by the time you get to this part of the level or this part of the game, like, it's easy to feel a little bit frazzled and start being, like, forgetful. Okay, final level, the ultimate tower of platform gauntleting. It's so cool that this level has essentially no combat. I think there might be a guard or two, but it's, like... It's basically all climbing. 11 minutes. Oddworld's chase sequences. I've played that game a bit. I played some amount of that PS4 remake. I was never really able to get super into that game. Potion up here or something? I forget. Oh, no, that's like for scouting purposes. This level has a bunch of these like running jumps that you have to do. So you can see that there's only 2 tiles there on the right. I'm like pointing to my screen as if that helps you. On the right hand side of the screen, there's 2 tiles. 2 tiles is not enough to get a running start. So you need to be running across those loose tiles the first time you're going across there, or else you can't make this jump. So this level is like the test of your fearlessness, which I think is really cool. Just feels so damn good. Now this is a little weird. It's like drop down here. Huh. Guess I didn't fall down. So here you can, this is a 3 tile gap, so you can at least do that. I don't remember exactly, but fuck it, let's go for it. When in doubt in this level, like, yeah, I think we just gotta do it. So here, you need to do a running jump, but the gate's in the way, so you gotta find the switch first. Sword up there. Conspicuous. Another switch here to open that same gate. Ooh. Climb up. Go running. Don't stop. It feels so strange to, like, not... You expect to hear, the, like, the classic sound effects. And here I never remember which tile is which. Nice, okay. So this is kind of tricky, too. You can't... Like, you need to run... You need to do a running jump across to the left here. Because if I do a standing jump, I'll stop and I'll fall down. I need to do a running jump so that I can keep my momentum after landing and keep running to the left. Well, your left, I guess. So I have just enough room here to do that. Sword's gone. Lose tiles. Let's do this. All right. That's so sick. So if you attack him, you take damage. And if you kill him by pushing him off the ledge, you die when he dies. Okay. So in some versions, in some fucked up versions, you're required to do a long jump here. But yeah, so this invisible ghost bridge only happens if you absorb the Shadow Prince. What's up, G-Saurus? This game is ultimate. Pretty much my favorite game. But this is my first time ever playing the Apple II version. So things are collapsing here. Yeah, it's a very cool, like, ultimate showdown puzzle boss. And then we have a more conventional boss fight here. It's Jafar with a unique sprite. The little beard. So I think there's a loose tile there, right? Oh, there's not? Yeah, there is. I don't know why it didn't shake. This is frankly a little bit of an anticlimactic boss fight. It's fine, but it's, you know... At least he's a skilled swordsman. Well, mostly. Alright, 7 minutes until he's gonna forcibly marry the princess. And this is the one time in the game that you don't press a switch to open the exit door. You just kill Jafar, and the door opens. See, there's no level sign. But technically, I guess we're level 13. We're back in the palace tile set. Okay, the tyrant Jafar lies dead, his power shattered. Throughout the land, the people of Persia hail their princess, the brave youth who saved her from the forces of darkness. No longer a stranger, he shall from this day forth be known as Prince of Persia. So I think I accidentally skipped the cutscene by holding left. I didn't press a button or anything. So there we go. Now that we have finished the game at least once, we can maybe refer to the main character as the prince. But of course, like I said, he's not the prince until now. He's just the kid. The brave youth. Whew. I was a bit shaky. So I know the DOS version has like a leaderboard for completion times. I've never seen... I mean, I've barely seen this version, period, but I certainly haven't seen the end. I'm not sure if there's something like that in this version. I guess not. I don't know if... I'm not familiar with this version. I'm not familiar with Apple II computers. I'm not familiar with this Apple II emulator. So I don't know if we just exited out of the game now or what just happened. I mean, I know that that's pretty common with DOS games. You finish the game, and then you just get booted out to the DOS prompt. So maybe that happened. I don't know. The end. Black screen. Yeah, so this version, of course, suffers from some quite severe and inconsistent slowdown, which makes the game quite challenging and a little awkward at times. It's not maybe the most smooth experience, but it's still a fucking awesome game. And it made for an interesting challenge. It's been a while since I played it, so I'm happy I was able to remember most of the levels that I didn't... I remember them well enough, even when I didn't quite remember. Screen flashes are pretty intense with this color palette, for sure. There's some of that in some of the other versions too, but this is so stark that, yeah, I can see that being a little intense. But yeah, not taking for granted that I would finish it. I'm I'm relieved that we did, especially with all the trouble we had at the beginning with the other version, the image that didn't quite work. It would have been highly unsatisfying to just leave this unfinished. It's unfortunate that I managed to kind of like skip the, like, I guess you need to let go of the joystick before you, and like, which is fucked up because the first time you're finishing the game, you wouldn't know that cutscene is going to play on that screen. In fact, the last level there's a bunch of screen transition, and I can never remember how many screen transitions there are, so I didn't know that the ending was happening until it started happening, and at that point I guess I was holding left, so it just skipped it. Unfortunate, but it's okay. We won't see these exact graphics, but we'll see a very similar scene in whatever other versions of the game I will be able to finish, which should be hopefully some of them. And I reckon we got some momentum now. We can pretty much dive right into the DOS version, and I think I can finish that one. Because it's going to be more or less the same, but running at a smoother, more predictable speed. So let me do this. We did not get to see them embrace or hug or kiss or anything of the sort. But, whoa, okay. I pressed the joystick button, and now it says insert Prince of Persia disc side A. Let's flip. I'm assuming that it's just going to take us back to the title screen and reset the game. Okay, yeah. So I think we're good. We can exit out of this. If you're referring to this artwork that we're seeing right here, this is the Japanese box art by Katsuya Terada for the Super Famicom version, which is obviously, on account of being Katsuya Terada, by orders of magnitude, the sickest cover art. Most of the other Japanese versions actually aren't that amazing as far as box art goes. For as amazing as the game is, and for how, like, there's a bunch of elaborate releases, there's a lot of different cover art versions of this, but most of them are a bit dodgy, honestly. But the original Apple II box that we're seeing right here, technically this is from the DOS release, I think, but all of the original computer versions had this exact same artwork. That artwork is awesome. The Terada Super Famicom art is awesome, but most of the other ones are kind of a bit shit. Or like, okay at best. Friend of yours working on an MSX2 port. That's excellent. We'll have excuse to go back and do this at some point in the future. At which point, maybe there will be 25 versions to play. We have now finished game number 1. And let's see here. Boom, we completed it. Of course, this is the original game. It's great. It's Prince of Persia. It's you know, it's everything you could want. I'm going to award it a review score, and I'm contemplating my options here. I may need to build this out with additional options in the future, but I think we'll go with this one. I think my review of Apple II Original Prince of Persia is smiling face. It's good. Obviously, it's, you know, we wouldn't have any of these other versions if it weren't for this. I would say that as far as picking this version to play over other versions, probably something you would do out of academic interest. I think, like I said, the DOS versions sort of cleaned up, less ambiguous visuals are in some ways a bit, you know, they end up making the game look more mundane. And I don't think there's anything mundane about the Apple II visuals. They're more evocative. But I do think that the smoothness of the gameplay experience in the DOS version, provided you're not playing it on whatever computer couldn't run it at full speed, makes it the more appealing version to play. I say I think, because obviously we should play it, and we should, you know, we should make that determination after playing it and not before. Um, I'm very interested in this MSX2 version, Quibus. I'm big on MSX stuff. I'm not very knowledgeable, but I'm very enthused about Prince of Persia. And as you can probably imagine, looking at this list, there's a lot of stuff that we're going to look at, and plenty of homebrew fan-made version. Yeah, please do post a link. We won't go into it here on stream, but I'll save it for my own reference, and I'll try to keep tabs on that project for sure. I'm very interested. And certainly these computer versions having to / being able to do kind of their own thing with visuals is definitely interesting. And just in general, like, the source code is out there, so if you can do like replicate an authentic, faithful version that controls and runs the way it should, that's great. It's a great game. It's fun to play it on a different platform that you want to play it on, but it doesn't really, like, it's nothing new exactly. But anything you have to do to adapt things to make them work with graphics or sound or whatever else, like, that is what makes each version unique and interesting. So that's cool. But yeah, if you weren't here at the beginning of the stream, this is the plan. These are the 24 versions of Prince of Persia that we're going to be exploring. And we're going to basically, the idea is we're going to do a run of each of them. And whether we complete it or not is largely going to be up to whether the port like runs like shit, or can be controlled, or anything like that, more so than my ability, for the most part. Thank you for that link, Quibus. I'll take a look at that sometime later. I know for a fact that some versions are like borderline unplayable, and I won't be able to complete them, so we're not committing to completing each version, but I know the game well enough that if the game actually runs well, I should mostly be able to play just fine. Prince of Persia has a lot of ports, official and otherwise. I doubt that it's the most ported game. Tetris is, of course, like a bit of a special case, because it's been like recreated in a lot of different forms. But there's definitely a lot of games released called just Tetris. There's a lot of versions of, I don't know, Doom. But, I mean, a lot of Atari arcade games had many, many ports. Lemmings probably has a million versions. But there's a lot of Prince of Persia. But we're not looking to find the most ported games in the world or anything. I just like Prince of Persia, and there just happens to be a lot of versions to explore and inspect. Thinking of going through the series. Thanks for these explorations. Yeah, I want to do that too, but one game at a time, I suppose. Let's take another short break, and when I return, we'll head into game number 2, the DOS version of Prince of Persia. I will see you guys in a few minutes. All right. I am back. So let me update the information here as we are going to be jumping into game number 2, which will be DOS 1990. According to my notes here, we will keep the developer as Jordan Mechner. This was mostly still developed by him. I guess we'll see if we... I mean, it was done... Actually, again, I talked about this at the beginning. It gets a little fuzzy trying to give proper, like, credits. Because a lot of computer game development in this era, a lot of it was done by individuals or small groups. A lot of it was done on, you know, on contract or on spec. You know, Jordan Mechner built his relationship with Broderbund by, you know, mailing them games that he had made that he wanted. You know, he was looking for someone to publish his games. And Karateka ended up being the game that they published. And he wasn't, you know, he wasn't hired. He wasn't employed by Broderbund. The game Karateka wasn't made by Broderbund, and he happened to be the staff member assigned to it or anything. You know, it was a game he made, and he basically sold it to them. And Prince of Persia was sort of a similar deal, I guess, right? And with this version, I assume that there's more people involved because I don't think he did all the new graphics. I mean, I don't know. Maybe he did. I'm not sure if there's like in-game credits. I think it probably still just basically says a game by Jordan Mechner. Yeah. I mean, there's definitely kind of an overlap between different kinds of roles, different projects. People weren't necessarily properly credited. A lot of the times, you know, there's subcontracting. You know, a company like Domark, who we'll see here, or for that matter, Broderbund, Ocean, you know, that kind of, you know, PC game publishers in Europe, they might have had their own internal development staff, but they would also have hired external people. They might have hired a separate studio, which in turn, you know, like a company has a license to release a game. They need to port that game to whatever platform they want to publish it on. They hire a studio to do that porting work. That studio hires someone to do the work. And all of a sudden you have like, and you know, maybe that version, that port then ends up being picked up by a different publisher for a different market, different region. And then like it gets very messy. And in every step of the way, there could be gaps in documentation of which company was responsible for what and which person was actually in charge of what part of the process, etc., etc. So my, you know, my typical thing, if I play a game on stream, like I like to make it clear sort of who's the developer, who's the publisher, like what's, you know, in general, it annoys me that a lot of the time, like not even speaking of individuals, but just like companies, studios, teams, the actual developer of a game is often quite obfuscated because the developer kind of gets the credit. And that's annoying, I think. Obviously, you know, individuals getting credit is what ultimately matters. But in terms of understanding history and how games are made and how things connect to one another, it's a mess. Ooh, excuse me. And trying to untangle that mess as best I can is something I try to endeavor to do. And for something like this, it's interesting because a lot of these games, you know, Broderbund's label would be on a lot of these releases, but it's not that interesting to say, oh, here's these 6 versions put out by Broderbund. Okay, yeah, but like, how do they differ? Like, who actually made them? Like, why are they different? Why should we expect them to be different? What do they have in common? What do they not have in common, etc.? So I tried as best as I could to figure out like which studio or studios, or in some cases which individual was responsible. And in a lot of cases I don't have the most clear-cut answer to that, which is simultaneously fascinating and interesting, but also like unfortunate. But again, to the best of my ability to find out this information, I felt like it was, if nothing else, I think it's fair and representative to put Jordan Mechner's name as the developer here for the DOS version, on account of it being, to my knowledge, the only subsequent version after the Apple II one that he actually worked on. He wrote the code for this version of the game, which he did not do for any other version. Which means that like we can trust that this should be good, which we may or may not be able to for other versions. Yeah, credits is a whole, like, it's a big old mess that I don't particularly want to dive into at this juncture. But yeah, it's always been bad. It continues to be bad, and any effort to make it less bad, I think, is for the benefit of humanity and society. Lance Gertie is credited with programming the PC version on Mechner's site. Interesting. Let's boot up the game and see what it says. I'm not like distrusting him. It is I mean, it's possible that he didn't do the programming. It's very possible, but I believe that at the very least, this version was developed under his very direct like oversight and sort of involvement. But yeah, we're 2 games in here out of 24. And already, like, well, let's, what can we say with certainty about the actual staff here? But yeah, let me take a quick look at this link. Thank you. It's very confusingly listed in, I guess, alphabetical order. Yeah, Doug Green, freelance programmer whom I tried to hire to do the first IBM PC conversion of Prince of Persia. But he's the guy who didn't do it. Lance Grudy, Broderbund in-house programmer who did the PC conversion of Prince of Persia and supervised Prince of Persia 2. Of course, he doesn't, like, well, not in this list, I guess, at least, make it super clear what he actually did. But fair enough. I think that's more than enough reason to actually revise this and change it. So let me actually do this then. Let me update my spreadsheet here. I know you can't see this, but this is for my own notes. So let's update this. Let's try to not be misleading and confusing any more than at all necessary. So this probably doesn't fit exactly, but let's see. No, I guess that works. All right. Let's get this going. This should hopefully, knock on wood, be a distinctly smoother experience. So I should probably just be able to run this, right-click and run this with DOSBox, and it should be fine, I believe. Actually, let me quit out of this and the capture set up just to restart this. There we go. So this screen, I think, looks awesome. It looks extremely faithful. I don't think the graphics in this are bad by any means. But if you're not familiar, I'm sure you will understand what I mean once we get into it, about it being a little plain and mundane looking. I'll try to dial down the music a little bit. The Sultan's absence, the Grand Vizier Jafar rules with the iron fist of tyranny. Only one obstacle remains between Jafar and the throne, the Sultan's beautiful young daughter. I think like the flat, non-shaded sprites works fine, but yeah, Jafar just looks less imposing now. Despite the sprite being so similar. It's more of a pajama vibe. Yeah, it's interesting, Killer Miller, because I don't strictly agree. Marry Jafar or die within the hour. All the princess's hopes now rest on the brave youth she loves. Little does she know that he is already a prisoner in Jafar's dungeons. So it's interesting that there's still no... oh, there we go. I was going to say credits. There we go. Programmed by Lance Grudy, and there's the graphics staff, sound design. Directed by Jordan Mechner. So he has a director role, which makes sense. Again, we have the fake levels. Disney's Aladdin, loosely based on Prince of Persia. I would say that they have a common... I mean, the story of Aladdin is like from 1001 Nights, right? I don't know very well. Like a lot of Disney stuff, it's based on public domain sort of folk tale stories. But obviously, this game also takes from similar kinds of sources, although it's, of course, seen through this kind of pulp swashbuckling lens. You know, it's not exactly culturally or historically accurate. Still seems a bit loud. I'll turn it down from 8% to like 7. Oh, I didn't mean to do that. There's obviously a higher degree of fidelity to the graphics. There's more color, there's less weird artifacts, there's a bit more animation and everything. But there's a degree of abstraction in the Apple graphics where there's a bit more of a... there's more room for interpretation from the viewer that is kind of lost in this version. I don't dislike these graphics at all, but I find them less evocative. And as I said, we kind of went over this when we talked about the Apple version, but in the Apple version, everything is white, blue, orange, or black. So you're kind of invited to not take those color representations so literally. There's 2 guard palettes. They either have orange pants and blue skin, or blue pants and orange skin. I don't necessarily view it as half of the guards are elves or aliens.
Look, you!
But it creates a bit of variety. But here, there isn't really that room for artistic interpretation. Like, if someone has blue pants or orange pants or pink pants or green pants, that's the color of their pants. The prince, which I'll call him that now, I guess, because he became the prince at the end of the last game. He has unambiguously light hair. Now, he doesn't have to be a local. He could be, you know, a young adventurer from a distant foreign land. It's not unreasonable that he could be blonde. In the original game, of course, he has, like, you know, white clothes and orange skin and white on his head. Is he wearing a turban? Does he have white hair? You know, it's a little bit up to your interpretation. But here, he unambiguously just has blonde hair. The outfit that he wears, although it's not any different it has a bit more of a pajama. Like, again, there's like the additional layer of fidelity. By definition, removes a layer of ambiguity, and the choices they made in how to interpret those graphics, because that's what happens, right? Instead of the viewer interpreting the graphics when looking at them, the artists who did the graphics for this version made their own interpretation and inserted that into the assets for this version. I think they did a perfectly adequate job. I think this is not an ugly looking game by any stretch. But I think they made a series of largely very plain and, as I said, kind of mundane interpretations. We'll see a lot of other versions later on that went in different directions. Not all of them highly successfully, but I think they demonstrate how it could have been done with a bit more panache for something a bit more exciting and interesting. And some of the choices of color and everything. I mean, they didn't fuck it up. It could be a lot worse. It's still a pleasant game to look at, and it's super fun to play, and it's a masterpiece, you know. But I do think if we are to look at how did this game change when they redid the graphics, I cannot personally, according to my tastes and sensibilities, say that it was an unequivocally, you know, upwards step. I think something was lost, not only in the literal sense that it is lost because it is no longer present. Like, yeah, of course, anytime you change something, something is lost. But I think there are aspects in which what they did here is lesser. It is lacking something that was present in the original. But I find that interesting. And like I said before, I love the fact that there is no definitive version of Prince of Persia. If, you know, most people would say that this is the version they're the most familiar with, I think this is a great version of the game. But we're on game number 2 out of 24, and we can already have debates about which is better in some regards. And that'll only keep going. We're gonna, you know, not every version will have something great going for it. Some will be irredeemable piles of trash, I'm sure. But they have, like, arguments to be made that this particular interpretation of certain aspects are valid and interesting in their own right. I don't know that there's more animation in this. I mean, I don't know that there isn't, but I would imagine that. I mean, I guess like maybe the flames and stuff like that. There's maybe a little bit more animation detail here and there, but to my knowledge, like most of the character animation is by and large the same. Well, I mean, in terms of like frame count and everything. But yeah, like I think, like I said, I think they did a good job. I like the way the tile sets look and everything. I love the addition. We're playing now, just for the sake of simplicity, we're playing the 1.4 version, which technically isn't what was released in 1990, but I'm not necessarily looking to experience this as it would have been on release day. Realistically, a vast majority of people who play this version did not play it when it first came out anyway. They played a later release. Of the DOS version specifically, I mean. And the different color palettes in the different dungeon levels, I think, is an awesome touch. Like, there's great things about it, but there's still stuff that I think is like, you know, things that prevent me from considering this like a superior version to the Apple II original in every regard. Anyway, let's play. Let's see if I figure out the controls here. Is it shift? Yes. The timer not popping up in the middle of the screen is debatably a nice little quality of life improvement. When the timer pops up over the screen in the middle of combat, that can be a bit tricky. Always fun the way that looks. I will say this version is certainly like a little easier to look at. You know, it's not fuzzy or noisy or super high contrast. And I think, for what it's worth, it's an interesting choice the way they kind of made the characters look pretty flat. Obviously they didn't have any like shading information in the original graphics. They would have to sort of interpret and make that up on top, and they did do a little bit of that. You can see kind of the back leg has a little bit of shadow on it and stuff like that. But I think the main character has more elaborate like anti-aliasing and shading than the other characters. Most of the other versions that we'll see, maybe not the computer versions, but certainly, like the Mega Drive version, the Mega CD version, the Super Nintendo version, plenty of those other versions. I mean, even the Japanese PC version, really. Shift to attack, up to parry. They did add a lot of, they kind of redrew an original character sprite on top of this, mostly maintaining the original sort of poses and keyframes of animation. And they did so to kind of mixed results. And I think for everything that I can say about the graphics in this that has me a little like, it's all stuff that could have been... They could have fucked it up real bad. And they definitely didn't. Level 2. Yeah, you can see like the guard has like very little sort of detail. It works. It's interesting, but it's a little... We really don't need this, I guess, but... Well, it takes like 3 seconds. Recently, we played The Curse of Monkey Island, which led, of course, to, as it does, a discussion of other Monkey Island games and my preference for graphics in them, etc. What's up, Dave? Hope Pop's poppin'. Sure is. Just finished the Apple II version. We're on game number 2 here. The DOS version. The addition of sound effects in this, well, sampled sounds, I should say, definitely adds a lot. And the sound design is excellent. The hit sound's a little goofy, but so many of the sound effects in this are like super iconic. That's definitely something they did really well, in my opinion. And with Monkey Island, one thing I tend to go on about any chance I get is how the original EGA graphics are awesome. And it's like my favorite version of the game that never gets acknowledged because they never re-released it. When they put Monkey Island on CD, they redid all the graphics. With like 256 color VGA. But it's all like traced over and adapted from the original EGA graphics, mostly. There's some, like the character close-up portraits are like totally redone and everything, but for the most part, like Indiana Jones and The Last Crusade, as well as Monkey Island, they were both EGA games that had a VGA version that came later. And they remind me a lot of this, where it's like they ended up retaining some of the creative choices made for the EGA version that almost certainly would not have been made if the graphics were designed for VGA to begin with. And I kind of feel the same way about this. Like, if this is the version of the game... Okay, let me try something. That actually is the same. That's interesting. Like, if this is the version that was made originally, I don't know that they would have designed... I mean, not just the characters, but like the flat backgrounds and stuff. And it's interesting that it's there's much like Last Crusade and Monkey Island, there's stuff in this game where it feels like it's retaining artistic choices that were made in a completely different context, whereas other things have not been retained on account of, you know, the graphics aren't the same. All right, level 3, Green Dungeon. But really, the first like redesign of the main character was in the PC98 version by Arsis, where they gave him the shoes and the turban and vest. Like, I think that's just a more interesting, cooler character design. Okay, let's not try to go for the health extension. I fucked that up. I meant to do this. You don't have a lot of time to spare there. There's the checkpoint, I guess. Your skeleton. Man, the game feels so good. Just in general. But also, especially after playing the Apple II version. Which by no means feel bad. Like, it's impressive how satisfying and good that game can feel too. But the variable game speed truly has a pretty big impact on how the game feels. But that's certainly not the only version that's going to have a bit of slowdown and variable game speed issues. Sound effect is so good. Like, that sound effect is so good. There's so many good sound effects. It's very interesting that the skeleton, by the way, has like 0. The skeleton essentially has less detailed shading in this version than in the Apple II version. Like, completely just flat one color. Whoa, he's like advancing. So satisfying. The sword sound effects are really good too. But yeah, I don't know if you can tell, but to me it feels like when the Apple II version was running at its fastest, it was faster than this. So it ends up having like a wider range of game speed as well. So like it running at full speed can really catch you off guard. Lounging princess, just waiting out the hour. Ah, a brave youth will come for her. No need to worry. Level 4, new tile set. So like here, right? The black background here is like a little strange. The little border there in the back kind of makes... I gotta jump over this. I forgot. I'm drinking lemonade. Fuck that up, but that's fine. Go grab this health. It seems borderline inconceivable to me that the game would be able to maintain like a real-time clock, irrespective of slowdown. I would assume that anything that impacts the game's ability to run at speed would similarly affect the game's ability to run a clock at speed. I don't know that for a fact, but I would assume that to be the case. Yep. 15 minutes left. I was contemplating putting a timer on screen, but I figured it doesn't really matter. We're not like looking to see how long they take to complete each game. We're not speedrunning anything. There's a clock in the game. That's the one thing that kind of actually matters. But I suppose in hindsight, it may have been interesting to see how the actual time, the game clock would correspond to real time. Now, of course, there's like cutscenes and stuff. In some versions, I'm sure there might be some load times, and surely the game wouldn't, you know, deplete the timer during those. So it would never line up fully. But it could be interesting to see just what the discrepancy is. That sound effect is like, there's some sound effects that I don't like. They sound like weird. Mac games is like my association because I grew up with a Mac. A lot of Mac like shareware games and stuff. And I mean, that's true for DOS and Windows as well, but like shareware games with weird stock sound effects that like don't really fit. That's what that sounds like to me. I feel like the mirror could have had a more dramatic, like magical... I mean, you could have had a big musical sting. Like, there could be a little more drama and spectacle. But it's still a cool moment. The ability to start moving while the jingles play, as opposed to being stuck for the duration of them. Definitely contributes to this version feeling a fair bit smoother to play. I didn't bother getting my drink stolen. Just moving things along. I mean, frankly, I think it's like good to play through this sort of for reference, but I feel like this is the least interesting version because it's just so familiar. I doubt that we're going to come to any major revelations. I mean, we learn about the staff, right? We learn about Lance Grudy, so shout out to him for programming this version. He's not the only person who made this, of course, but there are plenty of other versions that are largely solo efforts, including the original, of course. And there's gonna be other Broderbund versions. That was a weird jump. Weird as in, I don't know why I did it like that. By other programmers, which it may be interesting to see how they hold up. And for better or for worse, being able to credit someone with what was or was not achieved. Man, my timing, I'm pressing up. That was a bad death to take. I'm pressing up to parry and then counter attack. But it like kept eating my parry input and just going straight into the attack. Because I guess I was doing the attack too quickly after the parry. When I slowed it down a little bit, I had better success. I can't really say if there's any difference in how that handles compared to the Apple version, just on account of the timing in that one is already so different. So I don't know that it's an actual difference. But in terms of execution, it definitely feels... I mean, I took a couple of combat deaths in that version too. Don't want to knock him down because that just gets annoying. So you might as well... Try not to get too careless. That slide feels good, and it's difficult to do in some versions of the game. I like the fact that there's like more variety in guard colors, but some of them look a little weird. And it's a little strange that they have their like hit sparks. Fuck it, I'm gonna be brave. Their hit sparks like the color of their outfit. So like no matter what color the guard is, the hit sparks like blend in. Right. Yep, a little bit rough there, but making good progress. I feel not particularly worried. I was actually a bit surprised when I looked at the timer to determine if I was gonna go look at for like an extra health or something. I forget what it was exactly, but I was on like level 10, I think, in the Apple version, and I was at like 17 minutes. I was like, wait, that's not a lot. And we had like 7 minutes, I think the timer showed. By the time we got to Jafar. Greetings, Doom Noob. Always forget that these screens are here before this boss fight. I don't know why I'm... Oh my god. The timing for... I can't... Takes some getting used to for sure. And I'm expressing frustration because I don't exactly know what timing I'm used to, but I can tell that it's not the way it works here. The controls are reliable, but I've got some kind of muscle memory that isn't the correct timing. So I have to like fight against my instincts. And when I get punished for following my incorrect instincts, it feels a little frustrating. So again, you don't actually have to do this. You can just drop down into the pit and it's fine. But it's more fun to see that. Right. Level 7. Then we got green fizz coming out of that one to make it a little more clear that it's a unique potion. I like this level a lot. Level 7 and level 8. It's a fun little stretch. Oh, that was... okay. That was badly timed, but... yeah. I know this game well and it's comfy, but I may not be able to read novels in chat. I played this version. This is by far the version I would have played the most growing up. So it's not really accurate to say that I cut my teeth on any other versions. The Mega Drive version is fucked up. But we'll get to that when we get to it. The Amiga version I expect to be extremely similar to this, but a little slower and jankier. But I haven't played it in... I mean, I would have, I'm sure, come across it back in the day. But it's not a version I, like, played much. Like, this is the version that everyone I knew who had a PC Like, everyone I knew who had a PC, I feel like, had this game. Oh yeah, I guess we can, it won't really matter, but I might as well. I mean, I'm basically wasting time now, but I can open the exit. I said basically, I'm literally wasting time. It won't... it won't be faster at the end there. Well, I definitely didn't grow up playing the Commodore 64 version because there was no Commodore 64 version until the fan made one in 2011. This game didn't really, you know, according to Mechner himself anyway. I guess we can... I don't know if this is gonna help at all, but... this version didn't become a hit until a few years later. Yeah, so he's gonna wake up from that sound. But again, this is a good version, so at least this guy follows you down here. There are versions where that does not happen. I'm pretty sure the Mega Drive version is one of them. So this fight is like super awkward and like the reset point of this stage because you have to climb up and like very quickly get a hit in. I'm dead. I fucked up. Well, we got to hear that. Too busy talking. I almost forgot we made it. As far as the path, I generally take the path I'm used to taking. We're gonna play some versions where we inevitably will be forced to do maybe a little more exploration and trying and testing things. There's that path, but basically the path I'm taking is the simplest route to get to the health extension, which I want, so... keep mistiming the run. Not mistiming, I mean, not to the point of getting killed, but cutting in more closely than I should. Do that. There's a couple of little tricky switch sort of puzzle type situations, but also why would I possibly want to derive myself from the pleasure of doing this, which is the coolest fucking thing to do in basically the entire game. The entire like 12 hours or whatever of parkour involved in fighting your way through the Sands of Time doesn't come close to making you feel as fucking awesome as doing that drop. Am I finding this version easier to get used to? I mean, it runs at a constant speed, and that makes a pretty huge difference. Lance Gurdy programmed this version, but there's no real design work that's specific. Like, the game is the exact same game, really, as far as level design, as far as mechanics, as far as controls. It looks a bit different, it sounds a bit different, and it runs on a different type of computer. Alright, there we go. Better, and if I drop him down here, that's fine. I don't need to worry about him again. So I would say that this version is like smoother. I would sooner recommend this version than the Apple II version. I think the Apple II version is mostly, I think, of academic interest in the sense that it is, you know, a bit harder to enjoy and to play. I think the Apple II version has a unique appeal in its visual presentation. I find it very difficult to compare them. I like the background music that plays here, which of course isn't a thing in the Apple II version. But I miss the fact that the color palette I got confused there for a second if I took the health extension, but I did. I just didn't open the door this time. The way the Apple version changes colors completely when you drink this potion, I think, is a very cool effect that is missing here. See? So there's like small things like that that differentiate these versions in a way that I struggle to say that one is better than the other. Yeah, as far as performance and speed goes, we're playing this on DOSBox on a modern PC. So of course, you know, it's hard to say exactly how this would feel on a period appropriate computer. And it's hard to know if whatever emulator setup we have going for any of these versions, to what degree it reflects what an experience at the time would and could have been. But to me, that's, you know, it's okay. That's a compromise or sort of imperfection that I'm willing to accept. But I also think it's not in itself misrepresentative of, you know, who knows what, if we're playing the Amiga version, whether I played it on a 500 or a 2000 or a 1200, that could have had an impact on how it played. You know, just like the monitor and connection would have had an impact on how various versions looked, etc. But it's my impression. Again, I wouldn't be able to tell you what this runs like on a 286. But my impression from what I remember having seen and from what tiny amount of testing I did, that the Amiga version did not seem to run super great. I mean, yeah, for sure, in general, like the Amiga, you would expect an Amiga to outperform a DOS computer for this kind of game, like very broadly. Like action type stuff isn't, at the time, what you would associate IBM compatibles to be the strongest at. But I have zero trouble believing that the Amiga port is not well optimized, because I think, you know, this is a game that's ported to a lot of stuff, and it could easily have been ported in such a way that it's like accurate but doesn't run well. And I say that not knowing jack shit really about the technicalities of it. I should have sneaked, but that's fine. I don't think it made any difference whatsoever. Alright, time to go running. Just keep full speed ahead. That's how you do this. Feeling it here, where that no longer applies. There's a hidden switch there by the gate. It's actually kind of preferable if he dies on it, but it doesn't really matter. That means I don't have to jump over it now. I can take things a little easier here. I think if I do this without taking a death here at the end, still might save time compared to the Apple version, where I took a strange death here. This one screen transition and this like set of traps is the most fucking awkward shit. There we go. But it is interesting to consider, like, if the Amiga version does run poorly, that seems like the kind of thing that some enterprising nerd would endeavor to fix at some point in the 21st century. Because, yeah, I mean, surely it's not like beyond the scope of an Amiga's capabilities to run a good version of this. I mean, we'll get to it when we get to it, but the Mac version is all fucked up. There's like a bug. It's shipped with a bug that makes the game run at like half speed or some weird stuff. But we are going to be playing that with like a fan patch that fixes that, so it runs the way it's supposed to. And spoiler alert, I'm still not particularly fond of that version. That's my memory of it anyway. I think it's probably mostly fine, but it's definitely got, you know... That bug is like a pretty bad thing. I don't like the graphics for the most part. Or, you know, they're just a clumsy tracing over the far superior PC98 graphics. But I don't really remember if it has issues with controls or sound or anything else. Yeah, the Amiga, you know, even the 500 should certainly outperform an Apple II. But it's more a matter of... Like, that's kind of beyond discussion. But more so how it would perform compared to IBM compatibles of its time, where again, maybe there are things that the Amiga would be expected. I fucking didn't need to do that. I landed on the tile that the guy was impaled on, and that saved my life. That's a very interesting interaction that just happened. Well, that's a thing that can happen. That was very interesting. It absolutely doesn't surprise me, even if I didn't necessarily remember it being a thing specifically. It doesn't surprise me that spikes with a guard on them, yeah, they're occupied. I guess I didn't know necessarily that that was a fact, but it makes perfect sense because the game would have had trouble to impale two people on the same set of spikes. But what surprises me more is that I apparently landed on the left tile and not on the right tile with the available spikes. Like, that's the weird part. But we take those. I feel like the guard's behavior feels a bit different in this version. I was surprised at how sort of... It seemed, anyway, like here, in this version, I feel like those kinds of exchanges with, like, one parry and repose, like, it's kind of enough. Like, you almost never get into any kind of rallies back and forth, except with, like, the fat guy and Jafar. But it seems to happen more in the Apple version. That's how I felt, anyway. Huh. I still managed to dodge damage by doing that. I didn't manage that in the Apple version. Right. So, there's the health. And the green one is the upside down. If I drop down one screen down there, that's another upside down potion. I think to the right here is literally nothing. This screen is always like a little bit scary. Even though I don't know if there's really there is much scary, like much reason for it to be scary. The guards just feel sort of less aggressive, a bit more passive here. And this is open because we dropped the switch on the right. Hit the exit. Drop down, and yeah, we're kind of in approaching the final stretch. Very comfy game. Cutscene? I forget. Nope. Level 10. 27. Yeah, I think, not literally at this exact point, but during this level, I had 17 minutes left in the Apple II version. I would be curious. I mean, I guess, I don't know. You could science it out somehow by comparing timestamps and performance. Interesting, he landed on that. Lee, this is safe, yeah. I wonder how much of that is from playing better or worse, and how much of it is just the slowdown and like the, you know, the clock timer. So yeah. I went to the right here before. I guess. Oh yeah, never mind. It's not on the screen. I remembered that there's a kind of a wild goose chase type situation that I desperately tried to avoid, and in my pursuit to avoid it, I fucked it up completely and exactly did what you shouldn't do, which is go to the right, because there's nothing to the right. This is where you actually go. But that's tricky, but it's also like the only thing like that in the game, really. Like, the deeply unsatisfying lack of crushing of this guy. Is that the one bad thing about this game? Maybe. I gotta be a little careful, because I still gotta fight like 2 more guys. Got him. And yeah, someone mentioned it. I do enjoy as well the... Cool, I just clipped through the wall. The effect of the screen flashing, like only affecting the black, solid black backdrop. It's not like... I mean, I think that's... I think the Apple II version did the same thing. But it's still, because it's flashing black and white, it's still like kind of overpowering. But it works well in this version. Maybe it does flash the whole screen. I guess I... Again, it's the kind of detail that's hard to pay close attention to. And remember... Like, pick out in your memory how exactly it looked and which version did what. The Mega Drive version has insanely fucked up flashing because it, like, fades. It's like a smooth fade over the entire screen that obscures the screen for, like, half a second. And it does the same thing between... not crossfade, but it fades through black on every screen transition, which is maddening. A lot of fucked up things about that version. Right, yeah, this is a short level, but with some scary bits. Kind of remember it poorly. So we want to take up this tile specifically, so we can climb up here. Drop all these tiles. Get a running start, rather. Dropping the tiles isn't in itself any benefit to us. But cross here. I did the same exact... There must be something about... I don't know. I guess it's a very unusual specific spacing for a jump. And there must be something with the, like, arrangement of tile positions where you end up in that weird corner slip. Because the exact same thing happened in the Apple II version. which is scary, but it feels so awesome. Yeah, it's a little unsatisfying that you never get into those like exciting back and forth rallies, because it's so sick when that happens. The Super Famicom version has like a million difference of... What am I... Yeah, okay. I was like doing it on the wrong tile. Again, the pillars indicate that these tiles will never be loose, which is a good bit of design, like, heuristic that you learn and makes sense. Like, you can intuit that. If you're observant, you can make sense of it. Very good. Don't stop. Loose tiles, otherwise I would be drawing my sword. Scariest jump in the game coming up. I'm sure you can do that without... Oh, I shouldn't say sure. I'm assuming you could do that without taking damage. I guess if you impale the guard, you could drop down safely on the tile where he's impaled. Okay, I'm low on health. And get through the spikes. Like, you should be able to do it that way, I guess. And if you're coming from below, you'd be able to avoid taking damage from the tile dropping on you. But it's still a weird little interaction that still feels, in its own strange way, satisfying to do. Awkwardly, like to just barely do it. Okay, so we have 20 minutes left. We had 11 minutes, I think, for level 12. I forget, I'm curious, I can't remember the color scheme for this level. I would definitely love to make my own... All right, okay, it's like yellow. I like that it has its own palette. I'd love to do my own... I mean, not programming or anything, of course, but... just art-wise. Like, or just imagining what my ideal version of this game would look like. Because I do think that it's like, it makes sense that you drop down back into the dungeons in level 7. That's like kind of a cool touch. But the fact that we're back to dungeon tile set here always struck me as a bit weird. And I do think that they, spoiler alert, I guess, but the PC98 version changes things up a bit. It changes the Jafar fight. I haven't seen what it looks like in that version, but I know that a bunch of other versions kind of inherited those changes in different ways. And yeah, it would just be interesting to sort of design sprites and tile sets. And what I would want to do, like hypothetically, would be to just increase the number of tile sets. Like kind of the Super Famicom version, which has more tile sets. Ooh, careful. So like having a unique tile set for this level, but quite frankly, maybe even having unique tile sets for almost every level. If not fully unique, just like sort of a unique, like the Palace tile set doesn't really have the color variation that the various dungeon tile sets have here. I like that you see the Shadow Prince's health already. I like this effect. It's not very cool. It looks cooler in some versions, like the... Oh, right, you take damage. A little ungraceful there. Like the Super Nintendo version has these like magical swirls that come up black screen because we're technically in a new level now. No absurd slowdown like in the Apple version. So if you're going for speed, you can just keep running here and hope that you don't get hit, but... The different color dungeons were not in the game originally. They were added in, I think, version 1.3. But I don't know. I can't remember if the version or versions I ever played back then would have had these differences or not. I think Jafar looks kind of lame in this version, if I'm being honest. Feels so good, though. He doesn't even have a lot of health. Like, it's such a... It's a good kind of jingle, but... It's kind of whatever. We don't even hear the door. That can happen. Alright. That's fine. Checkpoint. 17 minutes left. Got him. Speed strats. Well, that's what we get for trying to be fast and smooth. It'd be very funny if the door was open now. But hey, we get an extended double boss fight. Phase 2. I think what would have been better, like, I guess if I were to sort of design this, I know they did some very fancy, elaborate stuff in some of the Japanese versions where he has like magic powers and shit, which I think is appropriate. But if you were to build on this scene, I would have a completely unique screen and tile set. Like, that was a bad jump. Like the Super Famicom version, just generally have more tile sets and more unique screens for some levels. But having that fight like on a bridge or like a platform, it's actually a different color here. Interesting. Is like awesome, but make it so that you have to knock him off the edge. Like give him infinite health. Like make it a little bit more of some kind of gimmick fight. The fact that he's like, he's got better defense. I'm trying to like not hold the key to avoid accidentally skipping this like we did last time. I'm speaking purely hypothetically, Doom Noob. I'm not saying I have plans or that I want to do this or that. I'm just saying, as a fan of this game that has like 4,500 versions that all have differences, and how there's been all these artistic interpretations of the graphics, it's impossible for me to consider these games, these ports, these differences without also considering what would my take be. Yes, this is cool. Like this this is not in the Apple version. This is an addition. So it's a little confusing there with no context, but that's the leaderboard. When you finish the game, it tells you how much time you had left. So we took 2 or 3 deaths. One that was kind of a costly death, and then one in level 12, which was like a minute. So yeah, that's my general thought of like, yeah, clearing this game I would expect to take about 45 minutes. It is a little bit like my Japanese animes, but nothing compared to some of the actual Japanese versions. It's a bit of Japanese anime in some of them for sure. Yeah, so I talked about that before, Opponent, right? How, like, the mechanics of this game, it's driven home even harder with the leaderboard, yes. But the structure and mechanics of the game as it is means that by the time you get there, by the time you complete the game and see the leaderboard, get access to it for the first time, you have already been practicing speed over safety. Because the safety strats that you're employing while learning the game, while learning the levels, you can't really afford to play the entire game like that. You don't have time, really. And I think that's such a super fascinating element to this game, and how it really ties the whole thing together. The level design is great, the atmosphere is great, the controls are great, the combat's great, the theme and aesthetic is great, the music's great. The timer mechanic in itself is novel and interesting. Like, the pacing of the game is so great. It's so perfectly satisfying to just do a run. It's like the perfect length. But the fact that the pacing and the level design and the length of the game is so complemented by the timer mechanic and vice versa, like, it's so well balanced. And that's why I think, like, the Super Nintendo version is of course the most famous for its new levels, but the European Mega Drive release has a bunch of different levels, and I know that the Master System version has some weird, strange little changes, and I don't know, there might be other versions that have other changes too. But for me, I think the Super Nintendo version is awesome for what it is, but it is not a port of this game. I still include it here because it purports to be. It was sold and marketed as a version of this game. I mean, you could certainly make the argument that it is a version of the same game. It's got enough similarities, but in my mind, it's got easily enough differences and departures to, for all intents and purposes, be... It's not exactly Prince of Persia 2, because of course the plot is the same, but it is, in every respect other than narrative, I think the Super Famicom Prince of Persia is a sequel. I think it's a better sequel than Prince of Persia 2. And it's just like so... It's so different that it's hard to see it as the same game, but it's also, to me, it feels like it's made for people who have finished this game, because it is more difficult. But the fact that it's longer, I think it does in itself make the game more difficult. But I also think it's not as well paced as this. It's cool that there is more of it. The increased grandeur of the scope is cool in its own way. I love the added boss fights and stuff. But I can't in good conscience say that I think it's a better game. Certainly not better because it's bigger and longer. After the NES version, they probably wanted to sell a new game on the Super Nintendo instead of just having the same thing again. There's one hole in that theory, and that's the fact that the Super Nintendo version came out first. The Super Nintendo version and NES version were also not made by any of the same people at all in any capacity. The Super Nintendo version is derived from... I guess we can do that. We can keep the game running for the background music, but I'll turn it down a bit. We should do this anyway. It's time to go back to the game list. I guess I don't have the exact release dates in front of me. The NES version also would not necessarily have an exact release date, because that wasn't really a thing for Western console game releases. I mean, I guess even less so for computer games. Japanese game releases would have exact dates. But based on whatever research I did when I put this list together, which was not today, it was late last year, I put the NES version after the Super Famicom, meaning, based on my research, I have deduced that it is likely that the NES version came later. Regardless, they are unrelated development-wise, so there were no same people involved who would have been able to make such a judgment call. But taking this as at least a rough timeline of releases, the Apple II version came first. The DOS version was the first one after that, under the direct supervision and direction of Jordan Mechner, who of course created the original. And I don't know if the other computer versions were done simultaneously. It seems likely. The Amiga version uses the same graphics as this one. So, I guess, like, I don't know. From as far as I can tell, the DOS version is like the main version out of all of these. Certainly, it's the one in hindsight that the most people have played and are familiar with. But the CPC version and the Sam Coupe and Atari ST version, they were all, I believe, let me actually look here. Well, okay. So, as far as my credits list here, the Amiga version and Sam Coupe version were made by Broderbund. The Atari ST version I have listed here is credited to Broderbund France. And the Amstrad CPC version is credited to Microids. Now, again, it's a little bit unclear which company was involved where in which part of the process. But it makes sense that the CPC version in particular, but I guess the ST version as well, would have been primarily for the French market, where those computers were more popular than the Commodore. But the first Japanese version was the PC-98 version, and that was developed by Arsys Software and published by Broderbund, I believe. And I tried to try to see if I could find any information about the Sharp X68000 version. And in my spreadsheet here, it says Broderbund ? It's very unclear who's involved in it. So Arsys version was kind of used as a basis. Like some other versions, like the FM Towns version, was developed by Riverhill Soft with specific credit that says graphics by Arsys Software. Arsys Software kept this sort of extra credit for some other subsequent versions that they didn't have a direct hand in, but they used their work, their graphics. But like Riverhill Soft published, I think, like the Mega CD version in Japan as well, but they didn't develop that port. That was Bits Laboratory, right? There's a lot of different people involved, and different people, like Broderbund published the game originally, but they didn't publish every version of it in every region. The NES version was developed by Motive Time. It's a weird company that did several of these like computer to NES ports. They did like the NES Dragon's Lair. I think they might have done the NES Three Stooges, the Cinemaware game. They have like a kind of strange eclectic track record. But I don't know, I'm trying to remember here, because Domark published like the Mega Drive version years later. Like Broderbund, I don't think owned the Prince of Persia IP necessarily. Or at the very least, it was licensed to a lot of other publishers. So there's not a super clear through line, and in fact, there were many releases that were just so vastly unrelated to one another. And based on the quality and how they play, it's very unclear in some cases what they were actually based on. They certainly did not seem to be based on the actual source code of the original game. Case in point, the Master System and Mega Drive versions, they're both completely different from one another, but they're totally fucked in different ways. And the Mega Drive version has zero connection to the Mega CD version. And as you can see in this list as well, the Mega CD version came first. So it's mysterious as all heck. I don't know exactly what led to the Super Famicom version being so vastly different. I don't know if the same staff, like Arsys Software did the PC-98 version and then the Super Famicom version, but I don't know if they're, if the same people, individuals worked on it. I don't know if they just felt like making a different game. I don't know, but it's interesting. I'm glad that it exists. And I think it's an excellent, excellent game in its own right. Like I said, I think it's a better sequel than Prince of Persia 2. But, you know, I'm glad we have it, and I'm glad it's such a interesting version. It's got a lot going for it, but I think it's got a lot of what it's adding isn't as good as what's in the original, in my opinion. It has slowdown and other things that make it kind of clunky. Some of the graphics, I think, are a little bit iffy, but some of them are excellent. I think it's too long. I think it's like the length and difficulty of it make it in a way less fun. If I master that, maybe I would feel the same way about that game as I do of this, of it being like just a super fun game to play through at any time. But as it stands currently, I don't really feel that way. At best, it is such a different game that I couldn't ever possibly consider it the ideal or absolute, you know, perfect, definitive version of this game, because it isn't this game. It's a different game. But I love the fact that there really isn't a definitive version. This may be the closest one. This may be the definitive. I say this because I have the DOS version on screen here. You don't have it on screen, but you can hear the audio. You know the version we just played. Many people might consider it definitive. It's certainly like the default version, I think. But it plays great. It's super fun. I love it. But I don't think it's the best looking version. I don't think it's the best sounding version. I don't think it's the most interesting version. I can think of many other versions that I would, at any point in time, rather play than this. Well, not any point as in always, but I mean, like, at any given time, I can have a craving for a particular version that isn't the DOS version. There just isn't one version that makes every other version obsolete. No matter how definitive you would consider this version, it doesn't, you know, it doesn't scratch every individual itch that is scratched by all these other versions, which I think is very good and very fun. I love that that's the case. You know, obviously, you have a lot of arcade games that might have had a lot of ports, but, you know, very few of those likely have that much interesting going for them. Some might, but you still probably have very few ports of an arcade game that can rival the original in terms of being the definitive experience, or even like providing enough of a difference. Well, I mean, you have like arcade to NES ports where they just basically made a totally different game. But even so, like, it's unusual, I think, to have it like this game where there are so many, like half of these versions you could probably skip and not really miss out on much, but maybe half of them are worth playing in their own right, and that's pretty sick. Anyway, let's do a little bit of bookkeeping here. Game number 2. Boom, we completed it. A little trophy there for a mission well done. Let's see what review score do we get to apply to this version. I think, let's see here. I think we can, I'm weighing my my options here in my review scale. I think we can go ahead and give it an animated grinning face. Just a little bit more exciting than the Apple II version. They're both excellent. They're both very good. Animated smile out of 10. No real complaints. Every extremely mild grievance I might have against this version is so inconsequential that it's to the point of not mattering. I love the addition of the leaderboard. I think the color variation of the dungeon tile set is a cool touch that few other versions include. And obviously it just plays silky smooth. It's awesome. I love it. But I'm excited to play other cool versions that may have more interesting, unique touches than this one. That'll be all for tonight. we will return with more Prince of Persia exploration. Hopefully, we'll have a little less technical troubles. So hopefully, we should be able to get through the Amiga and CPC versions, and maybe even Sam Coupe. We'll see. We should, you know, roughly count about an hour per game, I guess. Plus, you know, whatever other stream breaks, intro, etc. Of course, some of that might change. We spent quite a bit of time on Apple II on account of slowdowns and technical issues. But we'll see. We'll see. So as you can see, we've got a lot of work ahead of us. Maybe over the course of the next several weeks, we may be able to find some time for an occasional mega stream to try to, you know, check off a few of these games at a time. But even a smooth, good run, it's a good, you know, 40-something minutes. Yeah. But it's highly enjoyable. Nothing to complain about. I'm happy to spend as much time as we have to, if I can phrase it that way, playing what is more or less my favorite game of all time. Hope you enjoyed watching, and I hope to see you back for more Prince of Persia. I don't exactly know when, but I think it's likely that we might be doing more of this on maybe Wednesday night, maybe Thursday, Friday, or Saturday. Certainly not all of those days, but we'll find some time. Now, as we wrap up, let's see whomst we may try to raid that may be live on Twitch. You know what? This game came up. I don't know how long he's going, but Retrograde Tom is streaming the first Gabriel Knight, as we did some other point-and-click adventuring type gaming. Maybe people are hungry for some Gabriel Knighting. I will not be able to provide such entertainment for the time being. But, you know, Retrograde Tom might. So let's go say hi to him and see how that goes. Thank you for tuning in. I'll see you guys around. And have a nice night. Peace.